Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Loga3 on AO3. Now, let's start. Izuku really didn't have the best life. That much was obvious, maybe even an understatement. Quirkless, physically weak, a huge hero nerd, or just a nerd in general, bullied and rejected by almost everyone he knew, his life really scared. Ever since that day when he was diagnosed as quirkless, his life had spiraled downwards. His best friend, Bakugo Katsuki, or Kachan, as he called him, had taken to using his explosion quirk on him as practice. Apparently, that was all he was good for as a quirkless wannabe. For almost a decade, Izuku had the idea that he couldn't be a hero drilled into him by everyone in his life. But today had been the worst day for a while. His teacher had revealed to his class that he had applied for UA, and Kachan was not happy about it. Izuku still thought that the teacher did it on purpose. Over his entire life, he had 3 teachers who were actually good to him. Seeing as he shifted classes almost every year, they were definitely the exception, not the rule. And it was all because of his DMN quirklessness. He wouldn't even mind having a minor or weak quirk at this point. That would put him on par with classmates at least. Kachan would probably still make fun of him for having a weak quirk, but at least he would be thought of as a human. Not just some worthless relic from an earlier time. Izuku wasn't the happiest person around. With all the bullying and constant abuse, the only lights in his life were his mum, All Might, and his hero notebooks. So when Kachan had threatened him not to go to UA, burned his most recent notebook, number 14, and then threw it into the pond outside, it was a real blow to him. He had managed to salvage the notebook. It wasn't in too bad of a condition when he found it. Some drying and TLC would bring it back to usable condition again. Unfortunately for him, he wouldn't be able to go home to give it such a treatment. But what he would be given was a new opportunity, one that would change his future entirely. There was just one teeny tiny thing he had to do first. It started on his walk home. He was getting this weird feeling like someone was watching him, but he couldn't spot anyone. It was weird. Normally he would probably feel paranoid about such a feeling, but he wasn't. It was confusing. He saw on his phone that there had been an accident on his usual way home. He turned down a different street and eventually came to an underpass. I can't let what they say get to me. Just because there hasn't been a quirkless hero before, doesn't mean I can't be the first one. I'll just have to keep my head up and smile, like All Might. As he lifted his chin and put a smile on his face, he started walking through the underpass, imitating All Might's laughter. It was because of this that he didn't hear the manhole beneath him moving. He was still a bit distracted when a gurgling voice appeared behind him. Ah, look at this. One small-sized skin suit for me to disappear into. Stay still, kid. Izuku had turned around to see a giant pile of goo in front of him, eyes looking over him as it rushed towards him, grabbing him and surrounding him. As he struggled against the villain, because he was now sure it was a villain, not just some unlucky person with a mutation quirk, he felt something enter his mouth. Sit tight, kid, this will only hurt for about 45 seconds. I'm going to take over your body and use it to hide from him. You're my hero, kid. Izuku started panicking at that, willing for a hero to come to his aid, for anyone to come to help him. He struggled and struggled, screaming both mentally and out loud as his limbs started moving even when he couldn't move them. Seems like I'm safe for now. I wonder what kind of quirk you have, kid. I might need to be able to use it if I have to fight All Might after all. Izuku's vision went to black. He was almost laughing on the inside because of that last comment. Izuku's weak, quirkless body would just get the villain captured once All Might arrived. Just before he lost consciousness, he felt his body move and heard a rush of air from the manhole. He felt it stand up and face the noise, only to punch the wall beside him in what he assumed was anger. He couldn't see it, but he could feel that All Might had arrived. The rumbling of footsteps proved that to Izuku. All Might was only a few seconds too late, but it was enough. He quickly grabbed Izuku's body, now controlled by the sludge villain, and jumped off towards the nearest police station. He was forced to watch as the last of the sludge went down Izuku's throat, unknowingly losing his perfect successor forever. It was dark when he opened his eyes again, the only thing in sight the chair in front of him. Although, there was also the absolutely stunning blue-haired girl currently sleeping soundly on it, hugging an unmarked bottle. Izuku was extremely confused with this whole situation. He was fairly certain he was dead. The sludge villain that had attacked him had made sure of that. Although this could just be one big prank, Lord knows plenty of people target him for things like this. He realized that he should probably be in pain right now, or panicking, but something about this space calmed him, soothed him. Without anything else to do, he stayed sitting in his chair, silent, letting the blue-haired girl sleep. It would be rude to wake her up after all, and 𝐒𝐭 raised a very polite boy. So he waited, and waited, and waited. After waiting some more, he pulled out his phone from his bag to discover he had no Wi-Fi. That was fine, he expected that. That either meant he really was dead, or that the pranksters were very thorough. He played some games on his phone as he waited. He couldn't get GPS coordinates for his location, and he couldn't connect to the internet, even using his data. All of this just made him more and more sure that he was dead. But why was he here? Why did he have all of his school stuff with him? Is it because he died in it? Eventually, he got out of his chair and started looking around. He walked as far away from the chairs as he could until he eventually reached an invisible wall. It felt soft, like RBB, but no matter how much he pushed, it didn't budge. Although that could just be because he's a super skinny twig. Eventually, he started getting sleepy as well. Watching the girl in front of him sleep, as well as seeing that he had been here for over 3 hours at this point had notified his body on how tired it was after getting attacked. So he placed his bag on the ground, laid down and placed his head on it, and went to sleep. Hopefully, it wasn't rude to do so wherever he was. Well, if she's doing it, why can't I? Eventually, he did fall asleep, unaware of what would happen when he woke up. Yo! Izuku Midoriya. You can't sleep here. Wake up. He woke up in a start, his dreams having been filled with his crying mother, a laughing Konosuba, and the image of All Might punching his body now that it was under the villain's control. He quickly sat up and rubbed his eyes, briefly forgetting where he was. After it came back to him, he looked over to his right to see the appealing blue-haired girl that had been sleeping when he got here moving back to her chair and sitting down. He quickly stood up and bowed to her. He had never really talked to a girl before, outside of the necessary talk during group projects. I'm sorry. When I arrived here you were sleeping and I thought it would be rude to wake you up, but after a while, I started getting tired as well and I assumed we were allowed to sleep here because you were and he was cut off by the girl snapping her fingers. He blushed and looked down, doing a half bow. My apologies, mumbling is a bad habit of mine. I've never been able to get rid of it. The girl sighed as she waved her hand, a bored expression on her face. You know what? You let me sleep, so we're cool for now. Izuku bowed again before following her lead and sitting down on his chair. May I know why I'm here? Is this one big prank or did that sludge guy really kill me? The girl nodded, and suddenly a book appeared in front of her. Izuku Midoriya, quirkless, tough luck, pure of heart, killed by a villain. She looked up at him and shrugged. You can think this is a prank if you want, but you're super dead. Although technically your body is still in use, it's just locked in a cell right now. They're bringing in some big-shot detective with a lie detector quirk. Izuku was less scared at the thought of being dead as he thought he should be. You can get all that from that book. Is that your quirk? The girl laughed, shaking her head. No, it's not, I don't even have one. Izuku was shocked at that. This was the first quirkless person he had ever met. You're quirkless too. Wow, with how rare we are nowadays, I sort of thought I might be the only one our age. Now she burst out laughing at him, and he couldn't help but feel a little upset at that. He had been nice to her and now she was laughing at him. He thought she might have been nicer to him than his classmates were since she was quirkless too. Maybe it was just something about him as a person, not his quirklessness. Sorry, but you misunderstand. I am quirkless because I'm not from your world. She stood up and spun in a circle with her arms outstretched, water shooting out of her hands. My name is Lady Aqua, the goddess of water, and guide for young souls. Izuku froze in shock. If he was dead, which he was like 99% sure he was, that would mean that Aqua was an actual goddess. He stood up and bowed as deep as he could. My apologies, Lady Aqua. I wasn't aware that you were a goddess. Please forgive me. Izuku stayed bowed while she stared at his quick change in position. He thought he heard her mumble something like, "Oh Lord, not this SHT again," before she stood up as well. Dude. Sit down so I can explain some stuff to you. I want to go back to sleep and I can't while you're here. Izuku nodded and quickly sat down, waiting for her to speak. Look, you're dead, but being dead gives you options now. The elder gods have deemed you worthy of going to heaven for various reasons. This means you can either ascend to heaven, or you could get reincarnated back into your world without your memories. Izuku thought over those options. Going to heaven sounded pretty nice, but if he was reincarnated, he might have a quirk he could use to help people. Aqua could see him thinking and knew that if she wanted him to go for the upcoming offer, she would have to make the other choices less desirable. But I do want to let you know that heaven is really boring. Just a bunch of people floating around for all eternity. You can't even do, well, you know. She said the last bit to mess with him but was only met with a confused look. She was surprised. A 14-year-old boy that stayed in his room a lot didn't get what she was implying. And here she thought he was some degenerate shut-in. Whatever. Also, reincarnating to get a powerful quirk isn't really how it works. Most people get something only marginally stronger, and with your quirklessness, you start right at the bottom for usefulness. She could see that her tactics were working as he looked crestfallen at the thought of two bad options. Now was the time to strike. But there is a third option for you. Izuku snapped out of his mumbling and thinking immediately, looking over at Aqua. She just smiled at him. You see, there is another world out there. It's similar to those MMORPG games you have in your world. She was met with another confused look. You know. Magic, elves, demons, those sorts of things. She saw his eyes light up in understanding. Currently, it's under attack by a villainous devil king. Because of the war going on, no one wants to reincarnate there, leading to a massive drop in their population. Izuku just listened, nodding along. He was curious why she was telling him this. She pulled out a small pamphlet. Because of this, we gods have decided to send young people like yourselves to that world, while allowing them to keep their old bodies and memories. Isn't that cool? Izuku thought over this as he reached out for the pamphlet. The Kingdom of Belzerg needs your help, was written in large red writing. He read through it a bit. Apparently, he would start in a town called Axel, near an adventurer's guild. He had heard some kids at school talking about things like this before, so he had a fairly good idea of what he was expected to do. Appear in the world, join the guild, pick a class which the pamphlet didn't have much information on, and go adventuring. Miss Aqua. Won't I have some communication issues? Or do these people speak Japanese as well? He flicked through the pamphlet before reaching a page with languages on it. He saw something that looked a bit like a warning, but Aqua had come over to him and placed her hand over the box before explaining. Well, us gods expected this problem, and have come up with a solution. We just download the language into your brain. No problem. Izuku tried to pull the pamphlet out of her hands to look at the warning box, but she just took it off of him. There you go, language barrier crisis averted. Now there is one more thing. Izuku nodded and watched as she pulled out a giant stack of paper. We used to have a rule where people got a special item or ability when they did this for us, but ever since we started getting people from your world it became a non-issue. Your world is already full of superpowers. But, seeing as you're quirkless, the gods have agreed that you may get one weapon or ability and take it with you. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. He got to live again, have a power, and become a hero. Sign him up. Sure, it wasn't exactly how he imagined becoming a hero, but at this point, he would take what he could get. Really? You would let me do that? I could have my own power that I could help people with. Izuku's eyes were sparkling. This was a dream come true. Yes. All you have to do is choose from these and I will send you on your way. She threw the stack of paper at him and he watched as they all fluttered to the ground. Why would you do that? Now I have to pick them all back up and sort them properly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said as he crouched down and started picking pages back up. What? No. Just look around and pick one. Aqua yelled, surprising 𝐒𝐭𝐴. He wanted to make sure he did this right. You don't even have to choose one from the pile, they are just examples. That surprised 𝐒𝐭𝐴 even more. Why not tell him that in the first place? He thought about what he had read in the pamphlet before Aqua had taken it off of him. The kingdom of 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 seemed medieval in nature. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 remembered the time PRD from history class. They were about 2,000 years ago, and everything was pretty crude. He doubted he'd have access to the type of quality of living he'd had his entire life, and he probably wouldn't have any of its amenities either. But neither would anyone else except maybe royalty. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was smart. He knew that this deal sounded too good to be true. He could ask for all might level strength, but they might not like giving him something so obviously powerful. He would have to be smart about this, just in case. Aqua was bored with this boy now. Sure, he was nice and polite and respectful of her divinity, but had been looking through the different possible powers and abilities for a while now, and hadn't seemed to like most of them. She groaned, and he looked up at her for a second, before going back to his pile of options. He had been sorting it into 2 piles. No, and maybe. Aqua used her special chair to summon a clock. This boy had been going through the pile for 2 hours now. She guessed that when he got into 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 he would have a high wisdom stat, as well as intelligence stat on his adventurer card, which was good for him. Didn't stop this from being so boring though. Lady Aqua. I really don't think any of these suit me very well. Aqua looked over to him to see him holding the last sheet of paper and sighed in relief. He had gone through all the options and hadn't found anything, so now he was going to make something up, right? That's fine. She used her chair to summon a piece of paper for him but found him already holding a notebook, somehow. She shrugged. Just write down the ability you want, and us gods will grant it to you. It can be anything you want, so let your mind run wild. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked at her and nodded, before writing something down. He then spent the next 20 minutes erasing certain words and rewriting them. Now, Aqua had dealt with people who liked specifics before, but if this boy had lived, he would have made a fantastic lawyer. After about 30 minutes of revisions to his wish, he ripped the page out of his book and held it out to her, seeming apprehensive and worried. Maybe she had been wrong about him. He seemed pretty worried about it, maybe he wanted something really perverted or evil. But grabbing the page and reading it showed that she had been right about him. Honestly, it was a fairly weak power. She would have thought that 𝐒𝐭𝐴, being quirkless, would choose something absurdly powerful. Really? That's all you want? Knowing how to, and being able to make anything from your old world. That's fairly basic. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded, seemingly relieved. Was he really worried about such a minor power? He really lacked confidence. A few months as an adventurer would probably help fix that though. I mean, sure, I can grant that for you, but are you sure? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded, and it intrigued her. He was like no other 14-year-old that had been sent to her. Alright then, if you're sure, here I go. As blue light appeared around her as she started the process of giving the gift to 𝐒𝐭𝐴 when a different light appeared above her. 𝐒𝐿 looked up as well and was shocked to see someone appearing from the light. Floating in the air was a literal angel. He could tell. The wings and the halo made it obvious. Lady Aqua. The elder gods have discovered your mismanagement of the souls of the young. Sleeping on the job, withholding information, rushing through the proper processes. 𝐒𝐿 was confused. Withholding information. Then his brain flashed the image of her covering the warning box to him, and he realized what the angel meant. What the hell are you talking about? I have done nothing of the sort. Even. He could tell she was lying. She was shaking softly and was sweating, although as she was the goddess of water, it looked like she was being rained on. And now lying to the elder gods. For your actions, the elders have decided on your fate. At this Aqua got visibly afraid. Wait, please, no. I've only been goddess for 15 years. Please don't erase me from existence. I don't want to stop existing, it's fun, for the most part. She fell to her knees in a begging motion. She was going to get erased. Even if she did what they say she did, that was still a very harsh punishment. Wait, he didn't even realize he had yelled out until both Aqua and the angel had turned to look at him. He took a deep breath. What if she came with me to the 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵? Surely helping me kill the Devil King and bringing that world back into balance would be enough to pardon her from being erased. Izuku didn't even really know why he had suggested it. Maybe it was because she had offered him a new life, or maybe because he wanted to be a hero, but he couldn't just let Aqua get erased. Both of the divine beings were silent for a second, shocked that a mortal would interrupt the elder god's judgment. But after a second, Aqua jumped up and ran over to Izuku, clinging to his arm. Yes. Let me do that. I can go down and learn about respecting mortals or something like that while I help defeat the Devil King. The angel turned her head and held her finger up to her ear as if talking into an earpiece. Wait, no, she was talking into an earpiece. What kind of divine beings needed radios to communicate? After a bit of talking, she lowered herself onto the ground in front of them, and Aqua ducked behind Izuku, holding onto his shoulders. It was the closest he'd ever been to a girl, and he was internally freaking out. The angel stopped in front of them and the same blue light from before appeared around her. After a few seconds, Izuku could feel the influx of knowledge flooding into his brain. It felt like he knew everything. Which, he guessed, was sort of true. The way he had worded it, anything that humans had made, he knew how to and was able to make it. The angel spoke. Your request has been accepted, Izuku Midoriya. The elder gods, Aqua's progenitors especially, have deemed your suggestion a good learning experience for her. She bowed to them. Along with your gift, which you have already received, Lady Aqua will accompany you for the entirety of your journey. Once the Devil King has been slain, I will send an 𝐸 to return her to her home, and with that, 2 circles of light appeared at their feet. Izuku yelped as he was slowly lifted off of the ground, but calmed down a bit after Aqua let go of him. And you, Izuku Midoriya. After the Devil King has been slain, the elder gods will grant you any wish your heart desires. As they started picking up speed, heading towards a giant ring of light above them, Izuku was shocked into silence while Aqua screamed. He had no idea what he had just gotten himself into, but if he succeeded he get any wish. White light invaded his vision, and he decided then and there that he would work as hard as he could until the Devil King was dead. Then he could return home, with all of his new powers. The light eventually faded from his vision. And when he finally got his eyesight back, he found himself sitting on a bench on the side of a stone street. He looked over to the other side of the street and was shocked when he saw a man in blue robes with a staff wave his hands and create a bowl full of apples, before handing it to a young boy. He stood up and looked around. All around him were people going about their daily lives, dressed in odd clothes and using what he could only assume to be magic. From what he read in the pamphlet Aqua had given to him, quirks didn't exist in this world, except for the other reincarnated people around the kingdom. His mind was going 1,000,000 miles a minute as it adapted to his new power, and Izuku could see everything. Every piece of technology ever created, from simple things like the wheel, all the way up to the complex and powerful support gear of his homeworld. He just sat there, half focused on the outside world, half focused on the wave of information currently sorting itself into his brain. It almost felt like he had a search engine for blueprints in his head. After a few minutes, which felt like hours to Izuku, his mind finally calmed. Izuku could feel the presence of the new information, but it was no longer moving, distracting him. It felt amazing. Was this what people felt when they got their quirk? But it didn't feel good enough for him to ignore the rising feeling in his chest. He recognized the feeling. It was the start of a panic attack. But what was there to panic about? Oh right, he died. He died and went to an entirely different world, one where he will never see his classmates, Kaken, All Might, or his mum, ever again. And that's when the panic attack fully swept over him. He fell over, side hitting the dirt, as his breathing increased. His mind was running too fast for even him to follow, going over scenes of policemen coming to the apartment and telling her that he had died. His panic-addled brain showed him scenes of his mother crying, of his dad being called from his post overseas just to laugh and say, "Good riddance," when told his quirkless son had died. Of course, there was a small part of his brain that knew he was panicking, that knew that his dad probably didn't think that way. The 2, maybe 3 times he had talked to the man, He had genuinely seemed to care about Izuku. He is about to loop around to the start of the panic CYCL when he felt a hand on his back. He opened his eyes when had he closed them and saw Aqua looking down at him with a concerned look on her face. "Yo, Izuku, you alright there? You're breathing pretty heavily, oh, CRP. Are you having a panic attack? I mean you did just die after all that's to be expected of you but I'm not helping am I?" People walking past them seemed to just be ignoring them, sparing only small glances to the thin, weak-looking boy lying on the ground. It was nothing. Izuku wasn't used to being ignored by everyone around him whenever he needed help. That was just part of his life. Except this time, someone was at least trying to help him. "Izuku, I realize that this is really scary, traveling to a new world always is, but I'm freaking out over here as well and I need you to be okay so that I can break down after you." The part of Izuku that wasn't panicking, while it was small, appreciated her honesty, and somehow, it actually helped him calm down slightly. The part of him that was panicking gave way to the part of him that wanted to help people, and he could feel his mind slowing down. It took a few minutes, but Izuku eventually calmed down enough to sit back up. That was when he got a good look at Aqua's face. Her eyes were puffy and red, and she was vibrating slightly. She looked at him, seeing he was coming down from his panic attack. "You all good now?" And when he nodded, she sighed in relief, before wrapping him up in a giant hug, pushing her face into his shoulder. Thank you, I was going to be erased and then you suggested I come with you and they let me. Thank you so much, you saved my life," she said, but Izuku didn't really hear it. He got the gist of it, sure, but his brain was currently focused on rebooting, because he was being hugged by a girl. And not just any girl, but a goddess of all people. "You're welcome," Izuku yelled, standing up. It was louder than he wanted, and his voice majorly cracked when he said it. Aqua was surprised as well when he stood up, as her butt hit the ground. Izuku looked around, looking for something to distract himself with. He thought back to the pamphlet he was given by Aqua. He reached for his bag and grabbed his notebook, and pulled out his pen. He started writing out the few things he could remember from the pamphlet. 1. The starting town is called Axel. 2. I'm not meant to tell the inhabitants I come from another world. If asked about my origins, say I'm from a distant country and change the subject. 3. Once in Axel, I will be left mostly to my own devices. Find the Adventurers Guild and pay the admission fee, choose a class, and work your way up to being able to defeat the Devil King. 4. The language of the locals has been downloaded into my brain. I should be able to speak with them as if talking Japanese. He was sure he would add on to that list later on as he remembered stuff from the pamphlet, but for now, that would be enough. Stuffing the notebook back into his bag, he looked around for the Adventurers Guild. "Ah, Lady Aqua." She looked up at him, and he helped her get to her feet. "We should probably go find the Adventurers Guild. I'm sure you'll be wanting to be pardoned and get to go home as quickly as possible." He started walking towards what looked like a town square, hoping to get directions, when he noticed Aqua wasn't following him. He turned back to see her looking around. "Lady Aqua, what's wrong?" She walked over to him and just shrugged, surprising Izuku. "Honestly, Izuku, I'm fine with not going back for a while. Defeating the Devil King is going to take a while, and as long as I'm here, I don't have to do any of my godly duties." She then looked around, seeming confused. "So, Izuku, do you know where the Adventurers Guild is?" Izuku almost dropped to the ground right then and there. She didn't know her way around the town. She had been sending people here for over a decade, and had never actually learnt what the town was like. "No, I don't. I was going to ask you, or one of the locals for directions. How do you not know where everything is? You're a goddess." He actually yelled the last part, causing a few people to glaze over at them. Aqua seemed concerned for a moment before smacking her hand over his mouth. "Okay, while I am a goddess, you probably shouldn't go around yelling that out, alright? Just call me Aqua." Izuku nodded and she removed her hand. "But to answer your question, I oversaw a lot of worlds. I can't keep track of everything in all of them. I've only existed for about 15 years. I don't have a lot of experience with this whole goddess thing." Izuku just stared at her in disbelief. "So you really have been sending people here, while not really knowing much about it?" Aqua just nodded and had the decency to at least look sorry about it, So Izuku dropped it. That was fine. He could just find the Adventurers Guild himself. Or ask for directions. He spotted a man walking past them and ran over to him, before bowing. "Excuse me, sir. I was wondering if you knew where the Adventurer Guild was. My friend and I are looking to join up." The man looked at him up and down, then scoffed, before giving Izuku directions. As he was walking off, he looked over his shoulder and yelled back at Izuku. "Good luck, kid, you're gonna need it." Izuku frowned. He knew he was pretty scrawny, but was he really that bad? "Oh yeah, definitely, Izuku." Izuku jumped when he realized he had said that out loud. "Although I'm pretty sure he was just jealous of you because you pointed at me and called me your friend." Izuku just looked at her confused. Someone was jealous of him. That was definitely new. Then he remembered. In this world, nobody had a quirk. And everyone who did, the other reincarnated people, would just pass them off as natural abilities. But this world had magic, for crying out loud. Not having a quirk wasn't going to get him the pain and abuse that he got in his old one. Izuku started tearing up at the thought of being treated like a human being, smiling like a lunatic. Aqua just looked at him, concerned. Izuku, are you alright? What's wrong? Was it something I said?" Izuku shook his head, trying to clear up his tears. It took him longer than he would have liked. "No. You just reminded me that people here aren't going to pick on me for being quirkless. That's something I've been wanting my entire life." Aqua didn't really know how to respond to that. Izuku's world was a fairly common one for her to watch whenever she had free time, as the villain fights were usually pretty cool. She knew how important a quirk was to a person, and from the small amount of detail she had gotten from his Book of Life, not having one had caused him a whole lot of trouble. She placed her hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. Then she slapped him. "Alright dude, I will not have the future killer of the Devil King himself crying in the middle of the street." She pumped her fist into the air. "We are going to go to the Adventurers Guild, get signed up, get praised a bit for how awesome I am, and then we're gonna go destroy some monsters." Izuku wiped away the tears in his eyes and tried to smile at Aqua, but it was pretty shaky. She sighed and started dragging him along, before realizing that he was the one that knew where they were going. She facepalmed and let him in front, and they walked off together towards the guild. Izuku was surprised when he saw the guild building. It was huge. The other buildings weren't small or anything, but this looked like a mini castle. It even had a moat. Aqua seemed just as impressed. Apparently, there wasn't actually any buildings in the divine realm, just little pockets of space that each god or angel inhabited. Izuku wanted to ask about it further but decided that it could wait. Still staring at the large wooden doors, he poked Aqua in the shoulder and started walking forward. Aqua still looked curious but followed him in. He pushed on the door and was hit by a wave of heat and sound. Laughter, music, the clicking of cutlery on plates, people smashing wooden mugs together. It all overwhelmed him for a second. "Oh, welcome." A girl Izuku assumed was a waitress, due to the fact that she was carrying drinks, said as they entered. "If you're looking to eat, grab a seat where you can. And if you're looking for work, head on over to the counter." Izuku smiled and nodded, bowing to her slightly, getting a confused look from the waitress in return. Aqua just laughed quietly at Izuku, who was still following Japanese customs. Izuku just stood there and took a moment to look around the guild hall. There were decorations all over the walls and pillars, rings and paintings, as well as a giant skeleton from something that looked like a snake. As Izuku stood there and looked around, he heard someone yell out to them. "Hey! Never seen you two around here before. Y'all got some weird clothes, you know." Izuku let out a small lip and turned to the man. He was built like a truck, with shoulder armor held on by pink suspenders. Izuku bowed to him. "We're new to town. These are normal clothes from where we come from." And in a sudden spur of confidence that Izuku didn't know he even had in him, he added, "We heard you guys could use our help fighting the Devil King's armies." The big guy just looked at him, then clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. "If dying's what you want, kid, dying's what you'll get. Guild admissions over at that desk." Izuku rubbed his shoulder. The dude was jacked, and it hurt when he smacked him there. "Thank you, sir." Have a lovely rest of your day. He then walked back to Aqua and brought her over to the counter the man had pointed to. So Izuku, where did that come from? Your whole body language shifted for a moment, you seemed super confident. Aqua said, skipping behind him. Honestly, I have no clue. Maybe it's the fact that no one here knows I'm quirkless, or what that even means, but I just feel. I don't know how to describe it. Lighter. Like I don't have to prove myself to anyone. That probably sounds stupid, but here, in 𝐵𝐻𝐵, I know I'm going to miss my old life, and I know that I'm probably going to have moments where I want nothing more than to go back and give my mum a hug, he sighed, rubbing his hand through his hair. But here, I get a fresh start. Here, I'm not weak, quirkless Deku, I'm Izuku. That's it. No one can bully me for not having a quirk, no one can make fun of my dreams of being a hero. He turned to Aqua, who was listening intently. I just feel different here, like I could take on the world and come out on top. Aqua just smiled at him and raised her hand for a high five. That's the spirit. Show everyone that you can be a hero too. Izuku beamed and smacked her hand, before walking up to the counter, where he was greeted by another girl dressed as a waitress. Good afternoon. How can I help you two today? The lady asked and Izuku just smiled back at her. My friend and I would like to apply to become adventurers. Is there like an admission fee or something like that we would need to pay? Izuku asked, sorting through his bag to try and find his wallet. He didn't have a lot of money, but maybe it was enough. Yes, there is. You'll just need about 100 eris each. I will be using eris as if equal to dollars, as it makes it easier for me. And I can get your adventurer cards ready for you. The lady smiled at them and Izuku realized that he only had yen, not eris. He turned to Aqua, and she shook her head, frowning. He turned back to the lady. I'm sorry, would you excuse us for a moment? The lady nodded, and Izuku and Aqua headed over to the tables on the other end of the room. Izuku turned to Aqua. So neither of us have any money? Aqua just shook her head. Nope, I was surprised when that angel appeared and started yelling at me, and then we got sent away really quickly. I didn't have time to grab my purse or my belongings. Izuku sighed, and pulled his bag off, putting it on the table. He emptied it out, looking for something he would be able to sell. There was his laptop, his 14th hero notebook, a bunch of stationery, a magazine from last week that had a rare interview with Miruko, and some of his homework. He did a quick scan of the room. He had already ruled out his laptop, the hero notebook and the magazine to sell, as the laptop would come in handy later on, and the others had very little meaning to anyone but the other reincarnated people. He then realized that the stationery might actually be worth something, as he saw an old wizard-looking dude writing with an old quill and ink bottle. He grabbed one of the black pens and walked over to the man. Excuse me, sir, I see you're writing with a quill and ink bottle. What? If I said that there was a much easier way to do your writing? Izuku said, holding out the pen to the man. The man looked skeptical, before taking the pen off of him and poking at it a few times. Izuku took the cap off and showed him the tip of the pen. If you place that end down on the paper, it will function just like a quill, but you won't have to risk making a mess by dipping it into the ink bottle. The wizard seemed to really like the idea of a pen, and Izuku started negotiating a price for his whole set of them. They eventually came to an agreement, and Izuku gave the wizard the 30-pack of black pens for 250 eris. Hey Aqua. I got the registration fee. He said, walking back over to her as she just looked at him surprised. Really? That was super quick. How did you do it? Aqua asked, and was surprised when Izuku explained how he got the money. As they walked up towards the desk again, Aqua realized what Izuku had planned with the power he had chosen. If something like a pack of ballpoint pens was worth over 200 eris in 𝐵𝐻𝐵, what would things like guns, or cars, or any of the other modern tech he now knew how to make be worth? She was broken out of her thoughts when the lady at the desk clapped. She looked over to see Izuku standing next to a blue, globe-like device, and the lady from before holding a card. Izuku Midoriya. An odd name, but, holy SHT, you're kidding me. The lady had yelled that last bit out, and people were starting to look at them. While your strength is fairly low, and your other stats are okay, your endurance is higher than most, but your intelligence, it's off the charts. Literally. By this point, people had started to gather around them as the lady talked. Just look at this, Mr. Midoriya. Your intelligence is so high our card maker can't quantify it. Izuku gulped. He hadn't wanted to draw this much attention, but now this lady was yelling out his stats for the whole guild to hear. While you can't be a martial class like Crusader or Paladin, with your high intelligence, you could start as an archwizard, or even, she trailed off, mouth wide open, staring at Izuku. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the options again. Holy CRP. Izuku Midoriya. You are eligible for one of the legacy classes. Izuku looked at her in confusion. What was a legacy class? He asked her and she just shook her head. A legacy class is a unique class that only one person can have at a time. Izuku Midoriya, you are eligible to become the first Artificer in 70 years. She said, handing over his card to him. He read the description for this Artificer class. The Artificer, a support utility caster with a focus for magical items. Use your magical gadgets to assist your team with a variety of effects. Cast magic spells with the aim of assisting your party members. Create terrifying automatons to terrorize your enemies. Izuku looked over the descriptions for the other classes that were available, but none of them spoke to him like the Artificer did. Maybe it was the new information in his brain trying to put him in a class that would help him build things. Or maybe it was something else. As he selected the Artificer class, it felt like coming home. Like he was always meant to be an Artificer. He was still a little out of it as he went and sat down, looking over his card. Aqua went up to the blue globe next, but Izuku was too focused on his card to hear everyone gushing about her abilities as she chose Archpriestess as her class. He was still too focused on his card, and the feeling he had gotten from choosing Artificer, to hear people murmuring about how absurdly powerful the pair were for first-level adventurers. He was broken out of his stupor when Aqua walked over and sat down beside him, bumping his shoulder. She held up her card. Izuku. I'm an Archpriestess. Unfortunately, there's no goddess class, but this is good enough. And you're an art, something. Whatever it's called. You're a unique class. How cool are we? Izuku just nodded and looked back down at this card. Because of his amazing intelligence stat, which Izuku was fairly certain came from the gift he had been given, he had around 16 skill points to spend on abilities. He read through the skills available for a first-level Artificer and found some spells and abilities that he thought would be a good basis for his powers. If he was going to be building a lot of things, which he would need the tools to do so with. So he chose Summon Tool as his first spell, which gave him the ability to summon any tool he needed for construction. He tried summoning a power drill but it didn't work, seemed to only be things like hammers or wrenches. He leveled it up once, using another skill point, to lessen the mana drain of summoning a tool. Apparently, it costs a base amount to summon the tool, and then a steady amount to maintain the tool's existence. If your mana ran out, the tool disappeared. He looked through the list again. There were some pretty good options, but as he glanced over at the kinds of things Aqua was buying, things like party tricks and healing spells, he realized that they currently had no offense. So he chose the highest damaging first-level spell for the Artificer, a spell called Firebolt. The spell described it a mini fireball, and when he tried summoning it, he realized why. He felt like Endeavor, having the orb of fire hovering centimeters above his hand. He didn't want to throw it while still in the guild hall, so he saved it for later. He found a pretty cool utility spell called Skillbind, a spell that let him lock down other creatures' abilities. He had around 7 skill points at this point and looked through the rest of the first-level abilities. None really stood out to him except for one. It was called Farsight. Something about being a builder who could see long distances just felt right to him. It would also probably help once he started making guns, which was on his to-do list. With his 6 remaining skill points, he added 3 points to Firebolt, both increasing its damage and reducing mana cost slightly, and the other 3 into Summon Tool, reducing the mana cost for that as well. He looked over to the lady who had given Aqua and him their cards and tried out Farsight to see her name tag on the desk. It worked better than he thought it would, as the name Luna became all he could see. He quickly dropped the spell and nudged Aqua. She looked at him and saw his smile, as well as the lit-up abilities on his card. You all done, Izuku? When he nodded, she stood up, flourishing 2 Japanese fans she summoned from out of nowhere. Then let's go on a quest. I saw an easy one to help us learn the ropes. All we have to do is kill a bunch of weak butt frogs. And with how awesome we are, it's gonna be easy peasy. Izuku just laughed and followed her up to the counter. He enjoyed her confident nature, but something about this quest seemed off to him. He felt like something was going to go wrong for some reason. Izuku was cold. They had decided that going on the kill quest immediately wasn't the best idea, so they had been working the last few days to earn enough eris for some basic gear. They had been working for a week now. Aqua was helping some laborers build a wall by providing strength buffs and healing, as well as refreshments, while Izuku had decided to help out at the local blacksmiths. But they weren't really getting where he wanted. The extra 50 eris Izuku had gotten from the wizard had gotten them a room at the guild for 2 nights, but after that, they had been forced to stay in the stables near the edge of town. That meant no fireplace, minimal blankets, and a snoring Aqua right next to him. He had originally freaked out at the idea of sleeping next to a girl, but 5 days in, all he wanted her to do was stop snoring. Seriously, she was so loud. To try and get some sleep, he laid back down, wrapped his ears in his blanket, and thought about the previous week, attempting to ignore the snoring. Izuku had tested out a few of his new abilities during the week. He messed around with Farsight for a while and found a way to select a few different distances. It was nothing precise, but at least he didn't just zoom in on random ants. Aqua had agreed to help him practice with Skill Bind. She would stand in front of him and constantly perform her low mana costing party tricks, and Izuku would have to try and shut them off. She was able to resist it at first, but as Izuku started getting the feel of the spell, he started to nullify the ability. He wasn't perfect at it. If Aqua pumped more mana into the spell than the base cost, Izuku had a hard time, but he was getting better. Summon Tool didn't really have anything he could improve with without putting more skill points into it, and he hadn't leveled up yet, so he couldn't. He did, however, use it around the blacksmith's forge a lot, which had allowed him to start figuring out what each tool did since he lacked any prior experience with crafting. Turns out though, that Firebolt is surprisingly easy to use. Izuku had made some targets out of sticks lying on the ground near the forest and had been practicing his accuracy. It was a bit weird for him, suddenly being able to shoot fire from his hands, but he kept at his practice. At this point, he was pretty confident at hitting something about 15 m in front of him and could hit most of the time up to around 25 m. This seemed to be the distance limit of the spell, as the bolt usually vanished after traveling that far. And he had attempted to use another thing on his card, an ability called Infuse Magic Item. The spell description on his adventurer card said he needed to be holding a non-magical object, so he grabbed his laptop and tried to use the ability. A small scroll appeared in his hands. At the top of the scroll, it said Laptop, Generic School Model, and below it was a list. The list included things like increased battery life, increased durability, increased memory. Unfortunately for Izuku, they were all crossed out when he tried to press them, stating that he was too low level for this particular item. He understood why. A computer was much more complex than, say, a dagger or a shield. He had a quick look around the guild hall and searched for other options. Dempton, a paladin that frequented the guild hall, was a large man in silver and gold armor. From what his adventurer's card said, he was around LVL. From what Izuku had heard, he was a friendly guy that was willing to aid new adventurers, so he guessed Dempton might be a good person to ask for help. Izuku walked over to the man. The man gave him a once-over before standing up and smacking his fist to his heart. "Greetings, Artificer. How may I assist you?" That really shocked Izuku. This guy, who was built like a Fing truck, was showing him respect and asking how he could help him. This was new. Mentally shrugging, he placed his hand over his heart as well and bowed slightly. He was having a hard time kicking the habit of bowing to everyone. He had done it his entire life, and probably would still be doing it for a long time. Ignoring the odd look Dempton was giving him as he bowed, Izuku cleared his throat and put on his most important-sounding voice. "Excuse me, Paladin Dempton. I wish to practice infusing items with magical energy using your gear." Izuku tried to keep up the regal tone he was putting on, but the cold stare Dempton was giving him unnerved him. "Nothing bad will happen if it doesn't work, I think, but if it does work, which I'm sure it will, your item will have a special effect. I'll even do it for free, I just want to practice. Dempton was silent for a moment, before starting to laugh. Artificer, you're one weird kid. I thought you would be all high and mighty about being a legacy adventurer, but you're just a nervous teenager. Carefully, Dempton placed a large metal shield on the table. It was, in one word, magnificent. It was rectangular, made of good steel and covered in silver and gold, showing an intricate pattern that proclaimed Dempton's faith in the goddess of life. He tapped it, and smiled. You may use my shield. I mainly tank for my party, and while my endurance is pretty high, any defensive bonuses you can give me would be greatly appreciated. Izuku beamed at Dempton and placed his hand on the shield, activating Infuse Magic Item, and another scroll appeared. The object was apparently a steel tower shield. Instead of the Artificer logo in the top corner, as had happened with the laptop, this scroll was adorned with the same symbol that shone on the shield's surface. But, more importantly, this time the scroll had several available options for him to choose. Checking the list, Izuku saw some of the options as interesting, such as reduced weight, increased durability, shock absorption, and damage return. He passed the list over to Dempton, who stared at the scroll before turning to Izuku. Artificer, how many of these enchantments can go on one item? Izuku held up his finger, asking Dempton to wait for a moment, before pulling out his adventurer card and selecting Infuse Magic Item. He read the description and turned back to Dempton. It says here that, while a level 1 Artificer, I can only add 1 infusion to an item. Once I get up to level 6, it will become 2, and then at level 12, it will become all levels after that increase the power of the infusions, but the maximum is 3 infusions per item. Dempton just nodded, seeming appeased. Well then, Artificer, I would like to see if you could add the damage return infusion to my shield, please. With the amount of hits I take, giving the monster a taste of its own medicine will be a welcome addition. Izuku nodded, smiling up at Dempton, before selecting the infusion. The shield started to give off a light green glow, as did Izuku's hands. It took a few seconds before green tendrils started sprouting for Izuku's hands and entering the shield. A crowd started gathering as they watched the first Artificer in around 70 years infuse a new magic item. Izuku wasn't very comfortable with the crowd, especially since Aqua wasn't there, but he pushed through his anxiety, focusing on the infusion. After a while, the light surrounding the shield pulsed, flashing for a moment. Then there was an eruption of green light from the shield, causing many of the crowd to yell and cover their eyes. But when they opened them, they were greeted with a marvelous sight. The shield hummed with energy as a green rune was imprinted onto the back, under the handles. Izuku smiled as he felt the mana leave his body, then face-planted onto the table, unable to move. Whoa, he mumbled, and a few minutes later he was helped to his feet by Dempton. I didn't know that was going to take so much out of me. Dempton looked at him in concern. Have you never overused your mana before? Surely, a caster class like you would have faced such an issue, especially in your apprentice days. Izuku, still fairly groggy from casting, forgot the fact that he wasn't meant to tell people about his past. He looked up to Dempton as they walked over to the comfier chairs. No. That's the first time I have ever cast a spell that used this much of my mana. I never had an apprenticeship either, I started magic this week. Dempton just stopped, staring at him with his mouth agape. You started casting magic this week. That was when Izuku realized his mistake. He was unable to move properly due to mana exhaustion, and Dempton had just alerted the guild that he was a novice. The fact that he was an artificer but only had a week of magic under his belt would probably cause him some problems. And he was right. On the other side of the room, there was a large man, with dark black armor, staring at him with a predatory glint in his eyes. Izuku had been wary of him since he got here. No one in Axel knew the man's real name, only his title, the Shade. He was a lone wolf. And even though he didn't have a party, he worked through high-level quests all the same. No one in Axel seemed to be able to stand up to the man, and the non-adventurers feared him. The adventurers were cautious of the man and just stayed out of his way. And Izuku was fairly sure he was a reincarnate. Shade stood up, the clinking of his armor alerting people as he moved over to Izuku. People moved away from him almost subconsciously as he approached Izuku, hand on the pommel of his sword, smirk on his face. He leaned down, right in Izuku's face, making Izuku GG with his foul breath. It smelled like the man had never brushed his teeth a day in his life. Only started casting magic this week, eh, boy? That must make you quite the prodigy. He looped his arm around Izuku's shoulders, Dempton taking a step back as he got close. He pulled Izuku up onto his feet and smiled, but it was the kind of smile his old teacher gave him before notifying the class that he wanted to go to UA. Izuku shuddered as he was dragged towards the door. Shade was known for taking on the biggest guy in the room with one hand behind his back, and always coming out on top. Izuku had no doubts that he wouldn't be able to beat him. Shade took off his right glove and patted Izuku's shoulder, smirking. "Why don't you and I take a little walk around the block and chat about things?" Izuku, strangely, found himself unable to say no and felt his body nod his head before he was promptly dropped, struggling to stand up without Shade's support. He stood a few steps away from Izuku, before walking off swiftly. Izuku struggled to catch up to him but didn't want to know what would happen if he fell behind. They reached a small alcove, and Shade stopped. He turned to Izuku and smirked again. Izuku Midoriya, the Artificer of Axel. Showed up a week ago, and has already become somewhat of a local celebrity. Even though he hasn't done a single quest yet. Along with his party member, an archpriestess of the Axis cult, that looks suspiciously like the goddess of water, Aqua herself, even sharing her name. He grabbed Izuku's chin and moved his head side to side, staring. "And look at you. You're definitely not from around here," Izuku gulped, pulling his head back from Shade's hand. "I'm not, I come from very far away." He raised his head, staring Shade in the eyes, feeling the cold glare in his soul. "Well no city kid, one look at you was enough to know that, now shut the F up and listen." Shade hissed, and Izuku shrunk into himself slightly. Shade seemed to like that. "My name is Derza. Or at least, that was my villain name." At that, Izuku stood up straight, eyes instantly looking around for ways to escape. Derza started laughing. Izuku had heard about Derza before. There was never any picture of him, but he was a B-level villain that worked in the Shizuoka prefecture as a blackmailer and infiltrator. As he went over the police report in his head, he realized why he was unable to say no to Derza earlier. Derza, when making skin contact with another person, could implant commands. They only stayed for about 2 minutes after he let go of them, but the victim would follow the commands to the letter, with only the strongest of wills able to resist, and even then, it was usually just a matter of time. The victim was usually unconscious during the trance, but apparently some had been commanded to stay conscious. No running away now." Derza had leaned forward while Izuku looked around, and had glared at Izuku. Izuku felt the pressure return to his mind and was confused. He needed to be touching him. "Stay right there and stay conscious for me, I want to ask you some questions." Izuku felt his body, everything below his neck, freeze up, and he struggled for a moment, unable to move. "That's a quirk. How the hell did you get reincarnated here? I thought they sent people here to be heroes." Izuku said through gritted teeth. This guy was a threat. Not only to him, but to Aqua, and all the inhabitants of Axel, maybe even Belzerg as a whole. Thank you for that lovely segue. That absolute dolt of a goddess didn't even read my book before offering me this new life. He smirked at Izuku. But, to be fair to the girl, it wasn't her fault that my quirk worked on her. Izuku was shocked to hear that. His quirk worked on her. But she was a goddess, not a human. Maybe it was because both of them were on the same plane of existence. And then you, who I'm 100% sure is another reincarnate, show up out of the blue with her doppelganger. He laughed, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. She's the real deal, isn't she? Bet you asked for her as your gift. Izuku's eyes widened even further. He had a quirk. Why was he given a gift? I can see she told you quirked people didn't get gifts either. But when you have a goddess under your command, why not go the whole way and get something useful, right? He raised his hand and Izuku saw the tiny strings appear from his hands. I didn't want to get caught by the so-called divine beings, so I didn't ask for something too big, but being able to make controllable strings of skin from my fingers has been extremely helpful." Izuku gulped. That small gift, while insignificant on its own, gave him the ability to give commands from range. And Izuku didn't know how long they could get, meaning he was at a major disadvantage. "These tendrils are actually what I gave your commands with just then. Isn't that just so much fun? You, the mighty Artificer, completely at my mercy, with your little goddess friend unaware of what I can do. Maybe I can go visit her instead. You're all quiet and you're dreadfully boring. She's at least good-looking. I would probably be able to have a lot of fun with her." It took Izuku a second to realize what he meant, but when he did, he saw red. It wasn't really his fault what happened next. Turns out, Derza might sound all posh and stuff, but he wasn't terribly smart. Quirks were physical abilities. And science was still science, even with magic thing with reality almost 24. The energy that Derza's body emitted to control other people used skin contact to spread effectively. If the skin contact is too small or cut short, the time that the user is controlled is shortened. Of course, Derza had never realized this before, always focusing on the commands he gave a person, and not usually worrying about the time limit to his quirk. It had never failed him back home, and so far, it hadn't failed him in 𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐿. That was until he sessed off someone he had only commanded with a millimeter of skin contact. The tendrils of skin he could shoot from each finger might give him a ranged option for his quirk, but at the cost of its effectiveness. With such a small amount of skin contact, the command on Izuku was fairly weak. And Izuku was pissed. He didn't even really know what happened. One moment he was hearing Derza threaten the first person he had called a proper friend since 𝐭𝐻 started bullying him, and the next the alcove was on fire, he could move. And when he looked down, Derza was lying on the ground, barely recognizable, burn marks covering his face, and a knife in his heart. He felt himself GG as he almost threw up, but held it down. He didn't even look back, he just ran back towards the guild hall as everything burned around him. A siren rang out. Shouts were given. He could barely understand what they said, but it seemed to be a general call for anyone with water spells, so they could contain and put out the fire. He eventually reached the main street, coughing and sputtering from all the smoke around him. He collapsed to the ground, and felt something cold wrap around his arm, dragging him away from the fires. He opened his eyes a few seconds later to see that it was 𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐿 dragging him. He made a mental note to thank him later, before promptly passing out. He would have to deal with all of it once he woke up again, but for now, he was okay with just sleeping for a bit. Fighting against Derza's quirk was mentally exhausting. And while his body might be used to high temperatures by now, the one good thing about his friendship with 𝐭𝐻, he was still burnt, short of breath, and still pretty tired from infusing 𝐵𝐻𝐿's shield earlier. When 𝐵𝐻𝐿 felt Izuku go limp, he immediately picked up his pace towards the area where the clerics and priests were, in order to get him some healing. He owed the boy big for his shield's upgrade after all, and from the looks of it, getting rid of one of Axel's scariest adventurers. While, as a life paladin, he might not condone the killing of another humanoid, as a citizen of Axel he definitely appreciated Derza's death. It was night time when he came to. The world came back to him slowly as he woke up. The first thing he noticed was that it was a lot cooler than before, meaning the fire had probably been put out. He also noticed that he wasn't in the stables, he was lying on a cot in a small tent. He also noticed that he wasn't alone. He turned to his side to see his friend. On the other side of the tent, Aqua was sleeping in another cot. She wasn't snoring this time though, something that Izuku thanked all the gods he guessed that they were watching him and Aqua up above for the gift. He turned back, his side starting to hurt, and smiled. He was glad to have met Aqua and glad to know that he had protected both her and Axel from someone like Derza. Before his brain could pull up the image of Derza's corpse for him again, he laid back onto his bed. With a smile on his face, he fell into a dreamless sleep as his body recovered from his recent ordeal. Izuku got even more popular around Axel after that. There was an official investigation into Derza's death, but the investigator was the local sheriff, who had already been looking into Derza for suspicious behavior. Plus, after Izuku explained what had happened, the entire town agreed that not only was Izuku acting in self-defense, but that Derza's death could be labeled as a grand service to the community, so Izuku ended up getting paid for killing the man. Izuku wasn't really okay with that, though. He had gotten around 700 eris for murdering someone. And, while Derza was a villain, and definitely deserved worse than the quick death Izuku gave him, Izuku was still a bit uneasy about it. But he shook his head and dispelled those thoughts from his head. He was trying to test something, and he needed to focus. He didn't know if this would use his mana, and while Aqua was with him in case of an accident, he was still nervous. He was going to be testing the gift he had chosen for the first time. He had been using his part-time jobs helping out the numerous blacksmiths in Axel as an opportunity to learn a bit more about the tools he could summon, and crafting in general. Summon tool had been incredibly useful, as it could summon pens he had used to fill a notebook on techniques that could be used to strengthen metals and create more resistant and flexible blades. He had also bought some basic materials, like lumps of various unprocessed metals and some leather straps, and he had also splurged a bit and gotten his hands on something called shockwood. It was a favorite for weaponsmiths, as it was nigh unbreakable due to its shock-absorbing properties. Izuku was planning on using it for the grip for his new sword. He easily found the blueprints he had been looking for in his mind, a modern alteration to the design of the English medieval longsword. Its modern version would have used more advanced techniques or quirks to make them stronger, but fortunately his gift offered him suitable substitutes. So, that was where he found himself, sitting in the middle of a pile of materials, anvil and forge to his right, workbench to his left, all belonging to one of the town's blacksmiths, a dwarf by the name of 𝐒𝐻𝐽, who had allowed him to test his ability in his workspace. Izuku focused on the blueprint. He could see the way the sword had to be tempered, the way the sheath had to be made to perfectly house the blade. He could see the knife marks made while carving the shockwood handle. He could see everything about this blade, and it filled him with joy. He looked over to Aqua, who was holding a red potion in her right hand and preparing the highest level healing spell she had in her left. He smiled at her. "All right then, I guess it's time to see what happens," he said, hearing his voice shake a bit. Aqua nodded, shaking the red potion at him. "You better not kill yourself or something trying to make this sword, Izuku. I won't forgive you if you leave me here all by myself," she said, almost dropping the vial, scrambling to grab it, before putting on her angry face again. Izuku laughed. "Yes, Lady Aqua, whatever you say, Lady Aqua." He chuckled as she pouted. Maybe it was just the shock of having taken a life, but Izuku couldn't feel it in him to be shy or flustered around Aqua right now. He turned back to the materials, placing his hands on them, and focused on the blueprint again. The materials vanished, making him yelp in surprise, and a parchment scroll appeared in front of him. He picked it up with shaking hands, not noticing that Aqua had already uncapped the healing potion, and read the scroll's contents. "Izuku Midoriya, Artificer, Shades Layer, you are about to activate Natural Craftsman. This process will take 4 consecutive hours, barring any interruptions. If you proceed, the materials you have selected will be consumed and used to create modern English longsword. Do you wish to proceed?" Yes and no. He stared at the scroll in shock. Sure, he knew that this world was kind of like a video game, with magic and monsters and dungeons and dragons, and, well, a whole lot of other things, but this was crazy. He turned to Aqua, who just shot him a shaky thumbs up, and looked back at the scroll. He shrugged, tapping the yes button. It felt amazing. His body started moving on its own, as Izuku's mind was busy, analyzing the blueprint in his mind. He almost couldn't see the outside world, but he could feel his body grabbing onto the materials he needed for each step. He couldn't hear Aqua's questions, nor her humming after an hour of boredom. Time passed quickly for him. The only thing he could focus was the slamming of the hammer, the heat of the forge, the carving of the handle and the wrapping of the leather. It had been early morning when he started, and when he came to again, he was sweating, thirsty, hungry, and physically exhausted. But his brain was alight. It felt better than eating katsudon, better than when he scored high on a test. It felt like the object on the workbench completed him. He looked down at said object and was surprised by what he saw. It was appealing. He could tell, somehow, that it wasn't exactly what he was shown in the blueprint, but he knew that it was as accurate as he could possibly make it without the use of a quirk. Picking up the sheathed sword, he felt the need to name it. It was the first thing he had made with his gift, his first step to becoming a hero to this world, his first step to killing the Devil King. It was his. He smiled, thinking of the perfect name for his new sword. It was his Dawn. He was really tired after making Dawn. He didn't want to give the sword any infusions yet, because as of now, he didn't know if he could take them off or replace them later. He wanted to have this sword for a while, meaning if he infused upgrades into it now, it probably wouldn't scale well once he started fighting tougher opponents. He had to take a break directly after making his new sword though, and after chugging the healing potion Aqua offered him just in case, he sat down for a bit and checked his adventurer card. He almost spat out the potion when he saw it. He had leveled up a whopping 3 times from a combination of killing Durza, making Dawn, and the various help he had been giving the town citizens. He leaned over and poked Aqua. "Hey Aqua, is this normal? I only did like 2 or 3 things but I'm level 4 now." She looked at his card surprised. She then pulled out her own. Checking it, Izuku saw that she was level 2 now. Halfway to level, Izuku hummed, placing his finger on his chin and starting to mumble. "I guess there is a party sharing system for XP gained. It's probably just because Durza way out-leveled me that I got so much XP for getting rid of him." Aqua nodded but knew that if she didn't stop him now, he would get to the point where she wouldn't be able to understand him. She let him ramble on for a little bit longer, before starting to get annoyed, so she poked him. "Yo dude, I know overthinking stuff is like your thing and all, but you should be spending more time buying and upgrading abilities than wondering where your XP came from," she said, as she grabbed her card back and started buying things. "Ah, you're right. I need to see what I'm able to unlock now." He tapped on the abilities section and was given a list showing possible abilities, with descriptions and prices, as well as how many skill points he had to use in the top right. If he hadn't already drunk the potion in its entirety, he would have spat it out again. The skills averaged a cost of 4 to 6 for 4th level abilities, and Izuku had 24 skill points and 3 attribute points. He wasn't exactly sure what the attribute points did, but he guessed that they increased things like his strength, endurance, luck, etc. Those were best left for last, so he could think about them properly. He looked over the list of abilities he could unlock right now. His mind was blown by the potential of some spells. Things like Powered, which would increase attack power on the target, Reflect, which would send an opponent's attack back at them, and Create Golem, which would allow Izuku to turn materials into living allies. He had some pretty good options. Powered only cost 4 points to get at a base level, so Izuku bought it. If the way he thought an Artificer worked, buffing allies and debuffing enemies, focusing on support, then it would be a good investment. Create Golem was next on the list at a cost of 6 points, so he did a quick read over its description. While at the lower levels, Izuku could only make golems out of things like mud, wood, and other weak materials. Later on, he would be able to make them out of better materials like stone or steel. The golems were verbally controlled workers that could be outfitted with various gear. From what he could tell, being able to make golems of any form was a rare ability, usually only being accessible to the creator class. Izuku could see the infinite potential of an ability like this, from guarding things with metal golems to scouting things with cheap, disposable earth golems. He bought the spell. He still had 13 points left and decided that he would grab Reflect, as it only cost 5 points, and then save the other points. He didn't know if he got less when he went up into the higher levels. He checked out the description for Reflect. It really was an amazing spell. Anything equally or less powerful than the spell would be sent back to the person who shot it at him. While only for ranged attacks, it was still an extremely useful spell. He bought it, closing the spell list and opening the attribute list. Izuku Midoriya, Shades Layer LVL 4, Artificer skill points remaining, 7 attribute points remaining, 3 strength, 13 dexterity, 45 endurance, 50 intelligence. Wisdom, 25 charisma, 30 luck, 20 abilities, natural craftsman, infuse magic item, create golem, spells, skill bind, firebolt, summon tool, farsight, powered, reflect. He wasn't entirely sure what to do with his attribute points. His intelligence was already so high that if he put points into it he might just ascend into the astral plane. His strength was pretty low, but he noted that the exercise he had done over the week had already increased it by 1 point, so he decided he could just work on his strength manually at a later date. He already had a fairly high endurance thanks to Kachan's practice, He guessed, and he wasn't planning on being in the line of fire anyway. Same deal with dexterity. Might be good to look into later, but for now not a priority. He considered charisma but decided that it wasn't really his style, so he decided against it. He was more the fumble his way through a conversation and try not to stutter type, not the smooth-talking type. Wisdom wasn't really helpful for his class. It gave no bonuses to crafting that natural craftsman didn't already give him, and he was still a little concerned about messing with how his brain works with magic. Although it was a little late for that sort of caution, considering the gift he asked for, so that just left him with luck. And Lord knows he needed some of that. He looked over at what Aqua was putting her points into, and was proud of her when she backed out of buying another party trick in favor of purchasing a spell called Blessing. Nodding to himself, he put the 3 points into luck and blinked. He didn't feel any luckier, but then again, how exactly would that feel? Shrugging, he got to his feet and picked up Dawn. Aqua looked up from her card. "What's up, Izuku? Where are you off to?" She was still feeling bad about not being there when Izuku was basically abducted. Especially because it was apparently her fault Derza was in this world to begin with. Izuku just smiled at her. "I reckon it's time that we go on an actual quest. Now that I'm armed, we should be able to take out those toads easily. It will be a good test of skill." Aqua just smiled, waving a fan at him, accidentally squirting him in the face with a little bit of water. "Hell yeah. Let's do this. We can totally beat a bunch of weak butt frogs." Aqua was currently on the ground, laughing her butt off as Izuku sprinted away from a giant toad. The quest hadn't gone exactly how he had hoped. "Aqua, help me." Apparently, around this time of year, giant toads would come out of hibernation in search of food. Normally this would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that they came after farmers' sheep. And the occasional farmer. Izuku had been looking forward to his first quest. It would be a good way to gauge how skilled he was already, and what he should be focusing on. And his enemies were just toads. Sure, they ate sheep, but they couldn't be super big, right? Izuku now regretted his previous foolishness. The frogs were the size of a bus. Ha ha ha. This is hysterical. You should see the look on your face right now, Izuku. It took everything in Izuku's being to not yell at her for that. He settled with just telling her off later after he had calmed down a bit. "Aqua, do you have any spells to immobilize it?" He yelled at her, continuing to sprint away from the humongous toad. She held up a finger in a 1-second motion and pulled out her adventurer card. Izuku almost facepalmed just from that. She didn't know. No, that wouldn't work, not that either. Ooh, maybe this one. Nope, Aqua hummed as she looked through the list. She's taking her sweet time. Izuku gave up at that point. He could do this himself. He didn't need Aqua right now, he could do it himself. He ran a bit further ahead of the toad and spun around to face it, drawing Dawn. He watched over his shoulder as the toad chased him, looking for a weakness he could exploit. Powered! As he yelled out the spell name, he could feel Dawn humming with power. He watched as the toad prepared to jump at him again. As soon as the toad left the ground, Izuku was sprinting towards where it had jumped from. The toad let out an angry-sounding ribbit as it flew over his head, landing behind him. Izuku turned and jumped onto the toad's back, stabbing Dawn into it, and using it to climb up its back. The toad ribbited again and started jumping, trying to throw Izuku off. "I don't think I've got any immobilizing spells, Izuku." Great, Aqua was in trouble. He needed to end this one quickly so he could help her. He reached the top of the toad and stabbed Dawn, down into the toad's head, the toad going limp as its brain was impaled. He looked over at Aqua to check on her and yelped. There was another toad standing where she had been watching from, and Izuku could see Aqua's legs squirming from its mouth. He jumped down off of the toad he had killed, yelling, "Aqua!" He sprinted up to the toad. Interestingly, they seemed to stand still when eating something. This gave Izuku an easy shot when it came to stabbing it. He quickly ran to the mouth and pulled it open, seeing Aqua crying. "Aqua! It's okay now. I got the toad, you're safe now." He set up Dawn so that it was holding up the mouth of the toad, allowing Aqua to crawl out. She was covered in a thick slime, which Izuku guessed was saliva. So, when she lunged at him and hugged him, he had to resist gagging as the smell of the slime was brought right to him. Izuku. I'm so sorry I didn't help with the other toad. It was just really funny. Thank you for saving me again. She was still crying, so Izuku ignored the slime and hugged her back, surprising himself. The old him would have shut down from a hug like this. Hell, he did shut down just a week ago when she had hugged him. Was he already that different from his old self? He patted her on the back, rubbing circles like the first aid videos said too when someone was panicking. It's alright Aqua, you're safe now, I am here. At that moment, he was actually kind of glad she didn't come from his homeworld, or she would probably have called him out for using All Might's catchphrase. They stayed like that for a little while, before Izuku pulled back when he heard thudding. It was probably another giant toad, and they definitely didn't have the capacity to fight more of them today with just the two of them. Not unless he let Aqua get half-eaten again, and he definitely wasn't going to do that. Alright Aqua, we have a few days to do this and we only have to do 3 more toads. Let's go home for today and get you all cleaned up. He smiled at her as he pulled her completely out of the toad's mouth. He pulled Dawn out and wiped it on the grass, getting rid of the slime on it. After he found it clean enough, he helped Aqua to her feet. She was still sniffling, but the tears seemed to have ended. They started walking back to Axel to regroup. They had no clue what would be waiting for them. The Guildhall rooms were a blessing. Izuku had used part of the reward he had gotten for removing Durza from Axel to pay for some rooms. It had only cost him around 300 for a whole week, so he still had 400 eris to spare. They didn't have a shower, something that Izuku would be planning to fix once he got more materials and more experience, but they had good quality baths. Izuku was less covered in slime, so he let Aqua up into the room to clean herself first. He was waiting down in the Guildhall, debating with himself if he should get a new outfit. Sure, one of Aqua's spells allowed her to clean his clothes. But he still wanted a bit of variety. Also, this was a new world. People often commented on his odd clothing. He wanted something that could work as both armor and workshop gear in case he even needed to swap between his activities quickly. He was sitting at one of the tables, eating a loaf of bread, designing a new outfit. He was about halfway through drawing it into his notebook when he saw Aqua sit down on the other side of the table. She smiled at him. Hey, Izuku. What you're drawing? She leaned over and tried to look at it, before sighing and walking to the other side of the table, sitting down next to Izuku. Oh, that looks really nice. Imagine you, all dressed up in your battle outfit. Like a real artificer. She said, pumping her fist into the air. Izuku laughed. We don't really know what a real artificer does, let alone wear. I'm just designing a suit that will help in a variety of situations. Oh, Izuku, that reminds me, could you dash? She was interrupted by a loud thump on the floor behind them, and they jumped in surprise. Excuse me. You are the famed artificer of Axel, correct? Izuku turned around and saw who was asking the question. It was a short girl in a black and red dress with a matching witch's hat. She had shoulder-length, pitch-black hair and a red eye patch with a white cross on it. She was currently flourishing a staff with a red gem that Izuku thought was really cool. He then realized what she had said. Wait 1 second, did you just call me the famed artificer of Axel? People know of me outside of this town. This girl had only been here for about 10 seconds, and already Izuku was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Of course. There are rumors spreading throughout the land. People talk of the newly dubbed artificer with awe in their voice. Izuku grimaced. This girl was putting it on a little thick. Some say your charity knows no bounds, enchanting items for fellow adventurers for free, and others say your fighting ability is so incredible, you slew an Evildor that was several levels above your own. Izuku thought about it for a moment and, yeah. Those were both technically correct, so he had no real argument. He just shrugged, sighing. Is that why you're here? Do you want me to infuse your staff or your clothing? I don't mind. She pouted at him for a brief moment, then flourished her staff, spinning it before slamming the end down on the floor again. No. I have come to ask if I may join your party. As a mighty archwizard, I would be a great help to you. Izuku was shocked. This girl was an archwizard. That's so cool. An archwizard. Aqua. He turned to Aqua. What do you think? Aqua just gave the girl a once-over. What's your name? Izuku mentally face-palmed. That was something he should have asked. The girl looked shy for a second, before puffing her chest out again, and flourishing her staff again. Izuku looked over at Aqua, who was obviously trying to hold in her laughter. This girl was really into whatever it was that she was doing. My name is Megumin, Archwizard of the Crimson Demon Clan. The MSTR of explosions. She finished by placing her hand weirdly over her face, partially obscuring her eye. Izuku looked over at Aqua, who was in a losing battle with her laughter. It was obvious that she would be of no help in this conversation. All right, Megumin. We will give you a trial run. We are currently on a quest to kill some giant toads, so come back here tomorrow, and we can itch. Megumin. Are you okay? The reason he asked was because she had just fallen face-first onto the ground. She lifted her head and placed her chin on the ground, looking up at him. I haven't eaten anything in 3 days. Izuku realized that the girl was probably really malnourished. He instantly called a waitress over and ordered a meal for her. What kind of hero would he be if he didn't? Megumin hadn't arrived in Axel expecting much, to be honest. She had come to seek out an adventurer's party to quest with, hoping to prove to everyone that explosion was the only spell she would ever need and that she wasn't too young to be an adventurer. So when she heard that the Artificer of Axel, a new adventurer whose legacy adventurer status was quickly spreading news throughout Belzerg, was only 14 years old, she knew she had to join his party. She had never seen a legacy adventurer before. There were rumors that the king's daughter was one, but the only confirmed one was the Artificer of Axel. She had eventually tracked him and his party member down at the town guild hall. She honestly expected more out of him. Who she thought she was going to meet was a mountain of a teenager, full of confidence and spirit and magical potential, flaunting his legacy adventurer status to anyone he talked to. Who she actually met was a timid, thin-looking teen that looked like he had never worked out a day in his life. The only thing she got right was his magical potential. As an archwizard, she could feel the strings of magic in the air being drawn towards the boy, as if the world itself wanted to aid him in his creation of items. It seemed that this artificer, who introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, was even more interesting than she thought he would be. She just had to be in his party. He had given her a chance, and tomorrow, she would blow him away with her amazing explosion. No adventurer in their right mind could resist such a party member that could wield such a powerful spell. But right now, she should focus on eating. The artificer was kind and gave her sustenance. She must not squander it. She must have been putting on a weird face because the artificer spoke up. Megumin. You alright there? You're staring at that toad meat really intensely. Izuku made sure to keep his voice down, not wanting to embarrass her in front of the other adventurers. Ah. Yes, I am and will be fine, Mr. Artificer. When she got a look from Izuku that clearly showed he didn't believe her, she amped up her acting. If you must know, my latent magical power is so immense, it requires near-constant concentration to stop it from exploding out into reality. That is also why I wear this. She pointed to the eye patch on her left eye. This eye patch seals my magical potential. If I were to ever take it off, a great catastrophe would befall this land. She stood and flourished her staff again, something that she had practiced in the mirror for days on end, not that she would admit it to anyone, and placed her hand over her face. She looked over to the artificer expecting to see him looking impressed, but just saw a look of concern on his face. He tapped his chin while his other hand moved as if writing. If her powers are that volatile, it might not be worth the power of the spell. Maybe I could infuse the eye patch so it suppresses it even more, or maybe just stronger and harder to take off. Mumble 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 mumble, Megumin was starting to panic now. The awesome backstory she wrote was going to get her sent away from the party. Wait. Izuku's mumbling stopped, and he looked up at her. Aqua was just sitting beside Izuku watching Megumin, nodding every now and then as they talked. Please don't send me away. I was making it up. She took off her eye patch and handed it to Izuku. I just wear it cause it makes me look really cool. Izuku just stared at her for a second, before looking over to Aqua. Aqua just shrugged, obviously trying to hold her laughter in. Izuku placed the eye patch down on the table gently and sighed. I'm not entirely sure why you lied to us, but now I have to ask. Is any of what you just said true? Are you actually an archwizard? Megumin just nodded, looking down. Izuku clicked his tongue. All right then. How about you show us your adventurer card? If you actually an archwizard, we can go ahead with your trial run tomorrow. If not, I'll have to ask you to leave us alone. Megumin looked up at him in shock. He was still going to let her have her trial run. All other parties she had tried to join would have sent her away by now. She would not blow this chance. Izuku had mixed feelings about Megumin. While she seemed a bit odd, but Izuku wasn't someone that liked to judge people. They had checked her adventurer card, and she was in fact an actual archwizard. Izuku was a man of his word, and the next day, they headed out to kill some more toads. His adventurer card said they were about 40% done, with 2 out of the 5 frogs needed to complete the quest dead. Izuku, Aqua, and Megumin arrived at the top of a hill, overlooking the most common spot for giant toads to appear. They had to wait a while, so Izuku stuffed around with his abilities for a bit. He was currently testing to see if he could enchant everyday objects with special abilities, or if he was limited to armor and weapons. To help him test this, he had bought various household items. He had a water bottle, a candle, and an old woolen cloak that was given to him as a gift. No toads had appeared yet, so he grabbed the candle, lighting it with firebolt. Aqua saw what he was doing and turned to face him, watching intently. Megumin looked over every now and then, but she was really focused on the field in front of them. So, Izuku, what are you doing with that candle? You do realize it's like noon, right? Aqua asked, laying down and looked up at the sky. Izuku placed the candle on the ground and tapped the wax, a scroll appearing in his hands. He turned to Aqua. I'm just testing if I can infuse things than just combat gear. He looked back down at the scroll. As he expected, the candle was just called Basic Wax Candle. But to his delight, it did actually have possible infusions. They were only simple things, as he was still low level, but he could see their usefulness. Things like hotter fire, longer burn time, brighter fire. They weren't anything flashy, just basic upgrades, but they made sense. Or that was what he would have thought, if not for the fact that the longer burn time upgrade had a small message saying that after Izuku got to LVL 20 as an Artificer, it became indefinite burn time. And this was just for a basic candle. Choosing to not infuse anything on the candle right now, he snuffed out the fire and put it back in his bag. He was about to move on to the next item when Megumin yelped. Artificer! We have toads incoming. Stand and watch my amazingly powerful explosion. Izuku could see that Megumin was almost vibrating with excitement. She held out her staff towards the toads, and a set of orange circles appeared around her. The sky darkened slightly, and she started chanting. Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark, I beseech thee, combine with my deep crimson. Izuku and Aqua just watched as more and more circles appeared around her, and a line pointing at the toad erupted from her staff. The time of awakening cometh. Justice, fallen upon the infallible boundary, appear now as an intangible distortions. Izuku wasn't really sure if this over-the-top chant was necessary, but from how Aqua was laughing behind him, it probably wasn't. I longing for my torrent of power a destructive force without equal. Return all creation to cinders, and come from the abyss. He could feel it now, the heat in the air around her making him sweat as she neared the end of her spell. The orange rings were now around both her and the toad she was pointing at, and she smirked at Izuku. Explosion! Izuku looked on in shock as Megumin, a short, 13-year-old girl, outclassed every single one of Kachan's explosions. He turned to Aqua, who had stopped laughing and was now staring at the massive crater that Megumin had left, with wide eyes. He saw Megumin laughing maniacally as she hugged her staff, and the quest notification on his adventurer card went off, signaling its completion. He was surprised then when Megumin collapsed to the floor. Megumin, are you alright? Did you overuse your mana? He asked, looking over at Aqua, who was laughing again. Great. Very helpful. Megumin just sighed. I always put my points into explosion, not anything else, so this always happens after I cast it. Izuku was gobsmacked. On the one hand, Megumin had just made a bigger explosion than even someone whose whole power was explosions. On the other hand, she could only do it once a day, for now. He came to a decision. Aqua. Megumin. I have decided. He turned to Megumin and smiled. As long as you promise to start putting some points into your mana reserves, I accept your request to join our party. Megumin just smiled and nodded at him, letting out small thank yous. I would hug you if I could move right now. Izuku facepalmed, scurrying over to her. Of course, here, let me help you. He hoisted her up and started giving her a piggyback. He wasn't the strongest, but she wasn't really that heavy. As the three of them headed back to Axel, Izuku couldn't help but smile at the prospect of being able to use explosion one day. He turned to Aqua and beamed at her, and she gave him a smile back. Their party had been awesome when it was just the two of them, but after a little work, Megumin could be an incredible asset. They passed through the city gates and started heading towards the guild hall to register Megumin to their party. He couldn't wait to do more quests. Izuku was fairly certain that Megumin had lied to him. It had been 3 days since they had finished the frog quest, and even with Megumin leveling up from killing the 3 toads, apparently she had been close to a level up already, and her insistence that she put the points towards her mana, not explosion, Izuku couldn't see any changes. He sighed as he carried Megumin back to Axel. She had asked him to help her practice with the spell every day, so when he woke up, he would drag her far away from Axel, to be considerate of the citizens, and let her use explosion on an old, run-down castle on top of a nearby hill. Hey, Izuku. Thank you for this. I need to get an explosion out every day or I'll go insane. She said, and Izuku sighed, knowing that if she could move, she would be doing an over-the-top flourish of her arms and staff. Really? Or is this one of the absurdly dramatic backstories I see you writing every night? He laughed softly as he heard her sputter and tried to defend herself, but he tuned her out. He might have gotten a bit stronger while he had been in Axel, but it was still a bit of a struggle to carry her every day. They arrived back in Axel, and Izuku smiled and nodded as they passed people in the street. Izuku had become something of a celebrity in Axel, and he wasn't really sure how to deal with that. On the one hand, people liked him. People didn't just tolerate his existence, people liked him. Back in Japan, he would most likely either be ignored or abused for trying to be a hero, but in Belzerg, he was being actively encouraged to be one. On the other hand, he really missed a few people from Japan. He wished he could have said goodbye to his mum, and even 𝐭𝐻 parents. He didn't know if 𝐭𝐻 would want a goodbye from him, but he still wished he could have given him one. He was snapped out of his musing by a tap on the head. Megumin had regained enough energy to move her arms and had a worried expression on her face. You all right, Izuku? You've been standing in front of the Guildhall doors for the last 5 minutes, spaced out. Izuku yelped and shook his head, pushing open the door. He walked over to one of the tables in front of where Aqua was performing and placed Megumin down on one of the chairs. He smiled at her. I'm fine. Just thinking about some people I left behind when I came here. Megumin nodded, sort of understanding. She had left her family behind when she left her village. While it might be a normal occurrence for Crimson Demons, she still missed her parents sometimes. Not that she would ever admit it. Izuku sat on the other side of the table and pulled out a small book. It was a blank leather-bound book, with a golden symbol of a rabbit's head on the cover. He didn't know why this one in particular stuck out to him, but something about the rabbit design just felt right to him. On the inside of the front cover sat his adventurer's card, as well as one of the 3 infusions he could place on the item. He had given the book an infusion called Increased Durability, a fairly self-explanatory name, and was eagerly awaiting the day when he would be a high enough level to add one called Summon and Dismiss. It would allow him to summon and unsummon the book out of a small pocket of space at will, meaning he would never be without his journal ever again. Something he would have killed for back in Japan if only to keep them safe from people like 𝐭𝐻. He was currently on his 3rd idea for his Artificer outfit. He was sick of people asking him where he got his clothes from. It wasn't his fault that he died in his school uniform. He was in the middle of drawing his ideas when he heard someone clear their throat behind him. He yelped and spun around to see a blonde woman with blue eyes, in bright yellow Crusader armor. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't been in Belzerg long, but he could spot good quality armor which he attributed to his gift. "Greetings, Artificer. It is good to meet you," she said, and 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but notice how flushed her face was while she stuttered, nor the way she fidgeted as she did so. "Miss, are you okay? Your face is really red, do you need to sit down?" He stood up and reached over to her, holding onto her shoulder. He didn't want a repeat of what Megumin did when they first met. He couldn't have more people faceplanting from starvation. He recoiled though when the second he placed his hand on her shoulder, she let out an extremely loud and shuddered. She looked at the ground for a moment as she squirmed, before looking back up at him and beaming. "I knew it. The tales of your pure mind had to be false. Grabbing a lady the same minute you meet her, I knew that your fabled purity could only be an act." She grabbed his arm and bounced up and down a few times. "I must be a part of your party. A closet pervert like you would probably humiliate your teammates daily if given the chance. I must take their place and protect them from you." 𝐒𝐿 took a step back from this lady. He didn't know her name. "Damn it, 𝐒𝐿. You should have learned from the Megumin incident." 𝐒𝐿 pried her from his arm and took another step away from her as she blushed and mumbled something about ripping himself roughly from her grip. Pardon me, miss," she just smiled at him harder, which was somehow possible. "My name is La Darkness. I am a Crusader, and I wish to join your party, Artificer 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. Tales of you have already spread to my home, and I knew that I must join with the newest legacy adventurer." 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "I got that bit, by why should I let you join our party? All you have done is show up, get all red in the face while calling me impure and a liar, and then demand to join our party. I had to ask for your name before you even introduced yourself." She recoiled from him and gasped again, making 𝐒𝐿 slightly uncomfortable. But he knew better than anyone what it was like to be judged for something he couldn't control, so he tried to push it to the back of his mind. Such brutal criticism. "I see now that I must prove myself to you. Come, Artificer, grab a quest from the board, one with dangerous monsters, and I will show you how useful I can be." 𝐒𝐿 looked over at Megumin, who just gave him a thumbs up, and Aqua, who was finishing up entertaining the crowd and was too distracted to notice the conversation. He turned to Darkness and shrugged. "Sure, why not? We gave Megumin a trial run, might as well let you have a go." Aqua stepped down off of the table. She had been performing for the last hour and was starting to get tired. She gathered up the eris that had been placed down in front of her table and counted it up. Today, she had gotten around 14 eris just from performing party tricks. She looked over and saw Megumin sitting on a bench, obviously suffering from mana overuse, with 𝐒𝐿 on the other side of the table being shaken. She walked over to them and heard 𝐒𝐿's last sentence. "Sure, why not? We gave Megumin a trial run, might as well let you have a go." She sighed as she looked the newcomer up and down, before realizing what her class was. She sat down next to 𝐒𝐿 and tried her best to look serious. Now 𝐒𝐿, don't be hasty, shouldn't you introduce her to the rest of your party before offering her a spot?" Megumin piped up and said that she heard her introduction, and Aqua glared at her for a moment for undermining her statement. "Oh, yeah, of course, sorry Aqua. This is Darkness. She says that she's a Crusader. And while I'm fairly new to this, I'm assuming that just means she's just a high-level knight or something like that?" he asked, smiling at her. Darkness smiled, her blush returning as she heard him refer to her as just a high-level knight. Aqua gave her a concerned look before turning back to 𝐒𝐿 and shrugged. "That's basically right. Although, while knights and paladins are slow and heavy hitters, Crusaders specialize in taking a lot of damage and drawing the enemy towards themselves." 𝐒𝐿's eyes lit up as she explained. "Oh, like a tank. I might not know much about this stuff, but I've heard about tanks. They take the damage while the other party members deal the damage." 𝐒𝐿's smile was infectious, leading to Aqua smiling back at him. "Exactly. Now Darkness she stopped as she noticed the way that the Crusader was squirming and muttering about them, talking about her like she was a tool for their use. She shook her head, facepalming. Of course, 𝐒𝐿 would get the weirdest people coming to him. Yo, darkness. She was pulled out of whatever she was thinking and turned to Aqua, nodding with a gleam in her eyes. Can we see your adventurer card? Darkness just nodded again, handing it over. Izuku's eyes widened as he scanned over her card, making Darkness feel a little proud of herself. He pointed at her card and looked up at Aqua, his eyes sparkling. Aqua. She's got legendary defensive skills. I don't know if she can even be hurt by normal level monsters anymore. Darkness puffed her chest out in pride. It felt good having a legacy adventurer praise her amazing ability, but she has no offensive skills, Izuku. At that, she dropped, sitting on the chair and pouting. Well, neither do you, Archpriest. It just so happens that I focused on protecting others rather than dealing damage. That was one reason why, but she didn't want to just outright say the main reason. Two parties had already sent her away for doing exactly that. Izuku's eyes sparkled as he heard that. Wow! To voluntarily focus on your ability to protect people better instead of your ability to fight back yourself. You're a real hero, Darkness. Aqua sighed as she realized he was going to go through with the trial run. Darkness blushed at this, but not in her usual way, which really confused her. Why was a compliment of all things making her like this? Was it because he was a legacy adventurer? This was very off-brand for her. Izuku stood up and walked over to the board. He looked around the board for a bit before seemingly deciding on a quest to do. He grabbed the piece of paper and walked over to the table to see Megumin up and walking around it to sit next to Aqua. He waved his hand to the seat, and Darkness sat as well. I didn't want to do something too hard, as even with her amazing defensive capabilities, I don't want anyone to get hurt. He showed them the quest. Aqua immediately shook her head. No freaking way are we doing this one, Izuku. Even with Darkness, are you trying to get us killed? We're like level 4. She glared at the two others when they raised their hands, about to comment on how Megumin was level 13, and Darkness was level. You and I are level 4, but these two are much higher. And we can totally take out one mid-level ogre camp. Come on, Aqua, it'll be fun. They could see the camp. It was dusk, the setting sun giving the camp below them an orange glow, contrasting with the gray-skinned ogres. There were about 12 of them, all armed with clubs of various sizes. Izuku deactivated Farsight and turned back to the group while his vision zoomed out. He turned to the group and grabbed a stick, drawing what he could see in the dirt. Okay, so it looks like there are 12 of them, with the largest wearing some sort of headgear, so I assume that's the camp's boss. Darkness will go in first and show off what she can do, with Aqua on standby for injuries. I'll cover her, and Megumin will be on the lookout for ogres flanking us. The girls nodded, and they started walking down towards the camp. Darkness pulled out her sword and shield as they neared the camp, Aqua readying a healing spell for her, just in case. She trusted Izuku and would trust his plan. Hopefully, nothing would go terribly wrong. Darkness reached the edge of the camp and started clanging her sword on her shield, causing the ogres to look over at her, before picking up their clubs. Seeing as the clubs themselves were about as tall as she was, Izuku had a moment of panic as the first one swung at her, but that ended when Darkness didn't even move from the attack. She seemed oddly sad about that, which confused him. She pouted as she slammed her shield into another club coming her way. These ogres are PSS weak. You can easily take them out, Artificer. She raised her sword as she ran further into the camp, using one of her Crusader abilities called Taunt to gather up the ogres and have them attack her. Megumin gave him a thumbs up, meaning that she had gotten them all, and Izuku walked into the camp, a firebolt in each hand. He quickly released a small volley and noted that it took around 3 to 4 to take an ogre down. He had specifically chosen this quest because ogres usually had high damage but fairly low health, meaning they could see how much Darkness could take, but also take out the enemies quickly in case of emergency. He ducked under a club as one of the ogres broke free from Darkness' taunt and charged him. Stepping away and getting some distance, he drew Dawn from its sheath and waited for the moment to strike. Unfortunately, Izuku wasn't naturally good at fighting, like Kachan or All Might. He was a thinker, and while in a fight, that usually led to him getting a sense of tunnel vision on his opponent. Izuku. While good for single enemies, like the toads they fought, it was really bad to tunnel vision when in a crowd of enemies. He was about to run forward and slash at the ogre when he heard 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 yell. He turned his head just in time to get a club to the chest, definitely breaking most of his bones, as well as ripping up his shirt, and sending him flying into a tree a few feet away. He heard Aqua's yelp as he made a giant thud when he slammed into the tree. He could tell that he was starting to lose consciousness if the dark ring around his sight was any indication. He vaguely heard Aqua yelling something to 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 as she ran over to him and dragged him away from the campsite, and then a few seconds later, darkness ran out and the camp exploded. As 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 collapsed, Izuku could see that not a single ogre was left standing, and all of the buildings had been razed to the ground, creating a large crater where the camp once was. His vision was starting to fade to black, and he passed out, still in awe of the power that 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 possessed. He knew that once she was able to cast explosion multiple times, she would be a force to be reckoned with. As his chest gave him another jab of pain, he realized that 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 was probably not what he should be focusing on. He felt his eyes close, and he passed out. He woke up in his room at the guild hall. He tried to sit up, but the pain in his chest held him down for a few minutes. He eventually sat up and took stock of his condition. The last thing he could remember, he felt like most of his bones were broken, he most likely had a concussion, and he was bleeding a lot. Now, while he was still sore and all bandaged up, he wasn't in any of the previous pain. He knew logically that healing magic existed, that was Aqua's whole shtick, but it still felt weird to break a bunch of bones and then be back to normal soon after. He stretched out his arms and legs and found that while sore, he had his full range of movement, and it was painful. He stood up and saw that while he was still wearing his breaths and shoes, his shirt was gone. He awkwardly stumbled out of the room, leaning up against the wall while he got used to walking. His legs were still sore, but the movement was lessening the pain. He reached the stairs and headed down them, hearing the music and cheering. He could see people drinking. A musician was over in the corner playing tunes on a lute while simultaneously flirting with a barmaid, and then he spotted his party. Aqua was performing party tricks, obviously very drunk. Darkness was flat out unconscious on the table, and 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 was inching her way towards one of Darkness' cups of ale. He noticed another girl that looked similar to 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 staring at the group, hidden behind a pillar, but pushed it from his mind as he walked over and sat down, startling the Crimson Demon. "Ah, Izuku. You're okay." She poked Aqua and pointed at Izuku. "Aqua, look. Izuku's awake," and he came downstairs shirtless. Aqua seemed to take a moment to understand what 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 was saying, then her face lit up. She jumped off the table, clumsily regained her balance, and crushed the boy in a hug. "Izuku. You're okay. I was so worried when I heard you slam into that tree. I got you out of the way and told 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 to explode the camp, and then it all went boom. And then I healed you, and then me and Darkness carried you back to Axel." Izuku just stared at her as she went on a 3-minute-long rant about how worried she had been and how they had carried them back to town. Was this what people felt like when he muttered? He put his hand on Aqua's shoulders, and she stopped talking. He tapped Darkness a few times on her shoulder and she woke up, still very groggy. "Darkness, do you already have a room at the guild hall?" When the girl finally shook her head, Izuku sighed. He walked over to Luna, who was watching the festivities with a smile, and purchased another futon for his room. He went back to the girls just in time to move an ale mug away from 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵. "Well, we can't have you sleeping outside, can we, Darkness? Us party members have to stick together." It took Darkness a little while to process that as he and 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 led her and Aqua upstairs. But when she did, she crushed him in a hug and bounced up and down. "Ah. Thank you, you scrawny little spellcaster. You will not regret adding me to your party, Artificer Izuku." She continued on like this for a little while longer. They reached their room, and Izuku placed Aqua on one side of the proper bed, 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 placing Darkness on the other side. He smiled to 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, said his goodnights, and moved to his futon. He tapped his stomach, remembering that he was shirtless. DMN. Guess it was time to make that outfit he had designed. Izuku stepped out of the tailor's building, feeling proud. He had just spent the last 5 hours making his outfit from almost scratch, and not to toot his own horn, but he thought that it turned out really well. It was no hero suit, but wearing his new outfit made him feel powerful. He had a scabbard on his hip that allowed him easy access to Dawn. He had some high-quality leather boots, as well as some thick, brown woolen breathes, a forest green woolen tunic with silk lining on the inside. He clenched his fist, admiring his leather gloves. He had a hardened leather band going diagonally across his chest, with a lightweight leather shoulder pad on his right shoulder. He had been thinking about making himself some sort of metal helmet, as he didn't want to get his head hurt very often, but quickly found that he preferred lightweight armor over slow, heavy suits of full plate. Instead, he went for something reminiscent of an aviator's hat that fighter pilots would wear during WW2. It was made of thick leather, which had been treated to allow for both flexibility and protection, and was lined with wool, helping with both keeping his head warm and adding more padding for his head. He had also crafted himself some eye protection, as it would come in handy in both combat and crafting. He had searched through his mental library of blueprints for a while until he eventually came upon a set he liked. They were a pair of snowboarding goggles, and the lenses had been the focus for most of the 5 hours he had spent making his outfit. It took him a full 3 hours to make them just right, allowing for them to be both clear and strong enough to be valid protection. As he exited the building, he was greeted by his party members. Darkness had forgotten about him letting her into the party the night before, as she had been very drunk at the time. Aqua had proven herself useful and had purified the alcohol out of their systems, eliminating their hangovers completely. When Izuku arrived, Aqua let out an ear-piercing squeal, making everyone in the street give her a look of confusion and pain. "Wow, Izuku, you look so much cooler now. Your other outfit was kinda lame, to be honest." Izuku just shrugged, smiling at the praise. Even simple compliments made him feel on top of the world. So what if he was starved for positive interactions? Sue him. "Thanks, Aqua. Although I didn't really have a choice with the old outfit, it was my school uniform." Megumin and Darkness shared a look before Megumin bounced over to him. "She's right, you do look much more like an adventurer now that you're all geared up." She shuddered for a moment. "Maybe another time you could add a bit more armor though. I don't want a repeat of the ogre camp incident." Izuku rubbed the back of his hat as he laughed sheepishly. "Maybe. I'll look into getting some better materials to make armor out of later, but this will be fine for now. Trust me, I don't want a repeat either. I honestly thought I was gonna die for a moment there." He shook his head, dispelling the memories. He knew that repressing all the stuff that had happened to him wasn't healthy, but he was very well practiced. Totally not something that was able to backfire on him in the future. Totally. As he finished clearing his head, he noticed a small flash of red to his right. He turned quickly and saw the girl from the previous night quickly duck behind the wall she had been spying on them from. Izuku turned to his party members and pointed to the wall, placing a finger to his lips, asking them to stay quiet. He walked as silently as he could up to the wall and quickly rounded the corner. The girl that had been hiding screamed as he appeared and fell over, landing on her butt. Izuku put his hands up to show that he wasn't going to hurt her. "Hey there, I couldn't help but notice that you have been watching me and my party for a few days now. What's up with that?" She seemed like she was about to answer when his party rounded the corner. Darkness had her sword out, Aqua's hands were shrouded in golden light, and Megumin was flourishing her staff like a club. Izuku shook his head and asked them to stand down, before hearing Megumin groan and mumble, "Goddammit, thought it would be able to get away from this. What are you doing here, Yunyun? This a friend of yours, Megumin?" Megumin just let out a huff as she crossed her arms, pouting. "No. She's not my friend, she's just some stupid girl who always follows me around claiming to be my rival." Yunyun pouted at that as well, not wanting to just take the insults, but found herself looking at the floor instead. What did it matter what she said? Now that Megumin had given her explanation, the Artificer would probably just send her away. But what she didn't notice was that Izuku recognized the look on her face. It was a look that he himself had on his face many a time over the years growing up. He set his mouth in a disapproving line and turned to Megumin. Summoning a fly swatter with summon tool, he smacked her on the shoulder. "Hey! Don't be rude, Megumin. You shouldn't talk about other people like that, even if you're upset with them. You should at least let her explain herself properly." Yunyun just stared at the pair as Megumin started pouting. No one had ever stood up for her like that. The stories she had heard about the new Artificer's kindness were true. Izuku crouched down and held out his hand to the girl, as she was still lying on the ground from when she fell over. She took his hand and he helped pull her up. So, 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min said your name was Yunyun, right? She nodded as she reached her feet, still too anxious to reply to him properly. He just smiled at her softly. So, from what 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min said, and what I've seen, you've been following us around for the last few days. Why is that? She shifted around uncomfortably, looking over the group members. Aqua was looking bored, scanning the area around them. 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min was just holding onto her shoulder as she pouted at Izuku, and the blonde crusader that she didn't know the name of seemed to be a little hot, as her face was fully red. She took a deep breath to steady herself. The very fact that he hadn't sent her away immediately was a good sign in her book. Maybe she would actually be able to get her pitch off to him. Standing up and bouncing on her feet as one hand covered her face, she spoke. Greetings, Artificer. My name is Yunyun, and I am a mage of the Crimson Demon clan. I have traveled to Axel from my hometown to request that I join your party. Izuku just nodded as he crossed his arms. Yes, I pretty much guessed that was why you're here. I, personally, have no problems giving you a chance to prove yourself, but I will have to deliberate with my party first. 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min looked like she was about to speak up when Izuku glared at her for a moment, unfolding his arms. How about you meet us back at the guild hall tonight, and we can talk about this further. Is that acceptable to you? Yunyun was beaming as she nodded frantically. The Artificer was willing to at least discuss giving her a chance. This was already going better than she had expected it to. She was a bit hurt by the annoyed expression 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min had, but she had gotten used to feeling hurt by this point. Scrambling out of sight, she rushed off to the room she had rented at the guild hall and jumped around in excitement for a few minutes before sitting down and starting to read. She had to wait until that night after all. Okay, 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min, spill it. What's your issue with that girl? Izuku and his party were outside of Axel, doing a simple fetch quest. Aqua had selected it after Izuku had tried to pick another kill quest, almost ripping the page out of his hands and moving the fetch quests into them instead. Now, Izuku wasn't the best with knowing how others felt, unless it was anger or disgust, usually towards him, but even he could tell that the rest of his party was still a bit antsy about his recent injuries during Darkness Trial Run. He turned back to the group upon hearing Aqua's question. He had been waiting for 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min to bring up the subject herself, but this would probably work just as well. Stopping in place and sitting down, he motioned for the rest of the party to sit as well, pulling some food out of his pack. 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min groaned as she sat down to Izuku's right. Do we really have to talk about that right now? We grew up in the same village and used to be friends, then I learned explosion magic and went off to do my own thing, but now she follows me around and proclaims herself as my rival just cause I challenged her to a few duels for food as a kid. Izuku nearly winced at the similarities to him and 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸. They used to be friends, then one started using explosions and the friendship deteriorated to an almost completely one-sided relationship. Frowning, he shook his head to dispel such thoughts. 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min was not as bad as 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸, not even close. He laid down on the ground and looked over at her. So why don't you just humor her? Why don't you just have the occasional duel? She really didn't seem as bad as you seem to make her out to be. While he was talking, he was running his hand over goggles, pulling up the infuse magic item scroll, just to read through the options. It was fairly basic stuff, but there was an option for different kinds of optics, like heat or night vision. He wrote those down in his notebook for future reference. Darkness nodded, rolling her shoulders as she took the chest part of her armor off. I agree with Izuku. Would it not be easier to duel with the girl occasionally, instead of antagonizing her? 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min just huffed. I guess it might be, but she's so annoying. Did you see her silly attempt at being dramatic earlier, with the hand over the face thing? JoJo references are so last year. While Izuku had a minor existential crisis about the multiversal nature of JoJo references, Aqua spoke up. You know, they actually reminded me of the stuff you did when you asked to join our party. Izuku chomped down on the sandwich he had brought with him while 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐸min stopped herself from exploding Aqua, and instead just chased her around with her staff. He looked over to Darkness, who had an odd look on her face. Although, anything that wasn't flushed and breathing was sort of odd for her. He raised his eyebrow at her and she smiled at him. You look like you're deep in thought there, Izuku. You're thinking of letting that Union girl into the party if she successfully completes a trial run, aren't you? Izuku just hummed, nodding his head slightly. I'm thinking about it, yeah. She actually reminds me of myself a little bit. Before I arrived here in Axel, I was a nobody. Actually, I was less than a nobody. I didn't have any of the powers or special abilities that my peers had, and they tortured me for it. He shrugged. I doubt she went through the exact same thing, but I know someone who has been ostracized from others when I see one. I could see it in her eyes that she wants to be around others, she just doesn't know how to. If I can give her a group where she can feel comfortable and safe, I should. That's what a hero would do. They finished up the quest and headed back to town. Luckily it had been a fairly basic quest. One of the blacksmiths in the area wanted some ore from a cave just outside of town, but had broken his foot and was unable to get it. Izuku and Darkness had been the ones doing most of the mining. Darkness had been hammering away at the mine near effortlessly for the full 3 hours they were down there and looked almost as good as new, while Izuku looked like death, warmed up, red in the face, and absolutely drenched in sweat, unable to move his arms due to their soreness. He knew that he was scrawny, his strength stat told him that every time he pulled out his adventurer card. Maybe he should try and get an exercise routine going. There were a bunch of absolute units in Axel, surely there would probably be 1 or 2 that wouldn't mind giving him some pointers. It wasn't time for his party to meet with Union yet, so he found a quiet corner of the hall and hunkered down with his notebook. He was currently going over the designs for some upgraded outfits for his teammates. He was just as worried about their safety in the field as they were for his. He wasn't much of a designer, but he had picked up a few things here and there during his rare visits to the Bakugo household. Mitsuki was a model and Masaru was a fashion designer after all. He was just doing the finishing touches on some new designs for Megumin when someone knocked on the wall beside him. He jolted and slammed the book shut, yelping. There was a giggle from behind him, but when he turned around, there was no one there. He turned back around a few seconds later and yelped again when he saw a white-haired and scantily clad woman spinning a dagger on the other side of the table. Howdy, nice to meet YA. You're the Artificer, right? Izuku just nodded as he used all of his willpower to stare at the girl's face. She just chuckled and leaned back in the chair, putting her dagger away. Calm down. I'm just here because this is the first chance I had to get out of my stuffy realm. I just wanted to say thanks for saving Aqua. She may be a bit eccentric, but I'd like to think that she's my friend. She started to slowly vanish in bursts of white light, winking at him. DMN, I gotta go now. Before I do, I want you to have this. You guys are going to need all the luck you can get if you want to beat the Devil King. As the girl vanished completely, Izuku changed his focus to the item she had chucked to him. It was a pocket watch with the symbol of Eris etched onto the side. Opening it up, he was shocked to see that it was only a pocket watch in aesthetics, as on the inside was a digital clock. Closing it quickly, he used his infuse magic item skill to find out the item's name. The scroll appeared in his hand and he quickly read through its contents. Apparently, this item was called the Digital Pocket Watch of Luck. A fairly bland name, but he guessed it was accurate. It was stated to give the user a boost to their luck while they had the item on their person, akin to a permanent boost from the blessing spell. He thought about it for a moment, before pocketing the watch. He didn't think that he was the one that needed a boost in luck the most, but he would hold on to it for now. Looking out of the guild hall windows, he saw that the sky had darkened considerably since he sat down. He hadn't even realized that he had spent so long working on his designs. Hurrying over to where he could see Aqua's bright blue hair, he sat down. Aqua slapped her palm on the table. I'm just saying. If we used your explosion spell to launch Darkness into the air, we could see if she could survive from super high up because of her defense stats. We already know she can survive the blast. Izuku immediately shook his head. I only just got here and I'm already saying no. I don't care what her defense stats are. Physics are physics and no one can survive an impact at terminal velocity without rupturing your internal organs. I'm not going to let you kill Darkness for sport. The group went silent and just stared at him for a moment before Aqua huffed and nodded, the others following her lead. Darkness was a little disappointed that such an appealing idea had been vetoed by the boy, but was touched by his concern for her. Which in her mind was odd. They talked for a short while longer before Izuku spotted Yunyun. He saw the way that people moved out of her way, like she was meant to be avoided, and felt some anger flare up in his chest. He pushed it down as he waved her over. As she started to walk over to them, he whispered to his party. "Alright guys, you remember what we discussed earlier in the mines. Megumin, you're going to play nice with Yunyun, got it?" Megumin nodded with a huff, crossing her arms and pouting. She would play nice. Izuku smiled at her thankfully as Yunyun arrived. He stood up and bowed to her slightly. "Hello there. Please, have a seat." She nodded and moved to darkness right, placing the Crusader in between her and Megumin. Izuku tried to ignore the mumble of using me as a human shield he could hear from darkness. The group was silent for a moment, save for the chewing noises from Aqua as she guzzled down some more food and drink. Then, Izuku spoke up to get the conversation rolling. "Alright Yunyun, we discussed it as a party, and we are willing, one of us reluctantly, to allow you to have a trial run for our party." Yunyun looked like she was about to squeal, so Izuku held his hand up to stop her. "But to even let this happen, I had to make a compromise with Megumin. She will be the one choosing the quest that we go on for you to prove yourself." He looked over at Megumin and nodded towards Yunyun, signaling that it was her turn to talk. "HMPH. I guess I should warn you about the intense danger that I will be putting you in, Yunyun. Will your skills with the art of magic be enough to prove your worth?" Izuku summoned the fly's water again as Megumin went off script, and she let out a small eep. Pouting, she lowered herself in her seat. "Fine. Yunyun, if you do good in the trial run, I will stop complaining and allow you to join the party hassle-free, alright?" Izuku knew that he wasn't going to be able to stop the squeal this time, but he wasn't expecting Yunyun to also jump across the table and slam into him, wrapping him in a hug. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I won't disappoint either of you. I will show you that I deserve to be a member of your party." Megumin just huffed and stood up, picking up her staff and moving towards the staircase. "Now that this is all done and dusted, I'm going to bed. See you in the morning, guys. Good night, Yunyun." Izuku squirmed out of the hug and pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Yunyun. "This is our room number, and where to meet us tomorrow morning. If we aren't at the meeting place, see if we are still in our room. We'll see you tomorrow, alright?" Yunyun nodded and sprinted off, smiling so wide it looked like she was splitting her face. And while he still found it odd that someone wanted to be around him, he was getting better, just slowly. Seeing someone so happy gave Izuku no choice but to smile. Deep in an underground bunker, the universe was cracking. The flow of time had been altered, something that should have happened now being prevented from happening due to an unknown anomaly. Normally, removing one person from the timeline wouldn't amount to much, but apparently this Izuku Midoriya would have been a very influential person later in his life. So many other timelines intersected with his, but not as much as the little girls that lay in front of him. She seemed to be taking it the worse. Her time-based quirk seemed to make her more attuned to the fluctuations of the timeline around her, causing sickness and nausea. Janus, the god of time, knew what this girl was. She was an anchor. A person whose existence and personal timeline would change the much larger equation of the world. Skipping forward and following the strings of fate, Janus discovered what her captors had been planning with her, and how Izuku Midoriya influenced her fate. He knew that if he didn't find a way to stabilize the timeline, this entire area could become uninhabitable, and then it would be his but on the chopping block when the big guy discovers his blunder. So if Izuku Midoriya doesn't rescue Eri when he does, then too many heroes lose their quirks due to the bullets to be a viable fighting force anymore, leading to a massive villainous uprising. Janus floated in the void outside time, thinking of a solution. The timeline would stabilize if the Yakuza's ability to make the quirk-stopping bullets were removed. As an idea hit him on how to fix this issue, he warped himself back into his realm and pulled up a whiteboard, and started some calculations of exactly when he needed to act to fix the issue. If this worked, he would probably get rewarded for his ingenious thinking. Megumin has chosen what Yunyun would have to do to prove her worth to the party. And Izuku really couldn't believe what it was. Apparently, today was a day that there would be a swarm of flying, sentient cabbages that would attack the town, and the adventurers would try to kill a whole bunch of them because of how valuable they were to the town. 𝐼𝐴 had challenged 𝐸𝐸 to kill enough cabbages to earn the party a whopping 10,000 eris. 𝐒𝐿 had asked Luna about how many cabbages 𝐸𝐸 would have to kill to get that much. He had been told that she would have to get at least 100 cabbages by herself. 𝐒𝐿 didn't even know if that was possible for her to do. He knew that 𝐸𝐸 was an arch-wizard like 𝐼𝐴, but he hoped that she wasn't as focused on one type of magic as 𝐼𝐴 was. 𝐸𝐸 looked nervous as the group approached the city wall. 𝐒𝐿 had suggested that they get there early so that she could get some of the faster cabbages first. He nodded to her, flashing her a smile. She blushed and gave a shy smile back, before going back to taking deep breaths with her eyes closed. 𝐒𝐿 activated Farsight and checked the horizon. As the old saying goes, seeing is believing. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't truly believed in the whole living cabbages thing until then. But as the ability activated and his vision zoomed in, he saw them. What looked like 1,000 green orbs were flying towards Axel at breakneck speeds. He leaned over and tapped 𝐸𝐸 on the shoulder. 𝐸𝐸, we have incoming. They're just exiting the tree line. Yelping, 𝐸𝐸 quickly got into a battle stance, her feet planted and her body sideways to the cabbages. As she did, 𝐒𝐿 heard the siren that meant other adventurers were being notified of the swarm going off. Light gathered around 𝐸𝐸's hands as she pulled her mana in her spell. Holding them up to the oncoming swarm, which she could just barely see normally at this point, a beam of light connected her palms together before she threw her arms forward and yelled, "Light of Saber." 𝐒𝐿 watched in awe as the volley of attacks headed towards the swarm of cabbages, cutting through the first few before detonating in a blast of light. 𝐒𝐿, who was holding 𝐸𝐸's adventurer card to keep track of her progress, saw that she had gotten 7 with just that first volley. And she was nowhere near done yet. As adventurers started trickling out through the gates now that the swarm was closer, 𝐸𝐸 started throwing more and more Light of Saber spells. 𝐒𝐿 glanced over at 𝐼𝐴, who was sitting with Aqua and Darkness, watching 𝐸𝐸 fight. A few of the cabbages were picked off by other spellcasters and archers, and 𝐒𝐿 could even see one guy grabbing them out of the air with a spell and placing them in baskets. 𝐒𝐿 idly wondered if he would get paid more, as his cabbages weren't damaged. Wind Wall. His focus was shifted back to 𝐸𝐸 as she moved her arms forward, and the air in front of the group started blowing away from them, pushing back some of the faster cabbages that had already reached them. It was chaos at this point. Everywhere that 𝐒𝐿 looked, adventurers of every class and level were running around like headless chickens, firing off spells and abilities willy-nilly. Some were even hitting allies. As 𝐸𝐸's Wind Wall spell ended, a few cabbages seemed to get through her attacks, one of them slamming into her leg, sending her sprawling to the ground. With the break in her attacks, a few more cabbages moved towards her quickly, seemingly aiming for her head and chest. She had just pushed herself into a sitting position and shaken her head when she opened her eyes to see the incoming cabbages, and screamed, raising her hands above her face. She huddled up into a ball, hoping that it would make it hurt less. Then, she heard the unsheathing of a sword, and 𝐒𝐿 yelling, "Powered." There was a swish of the air above her head, and when she opened her eyes, she saw 𝐒𝐿 standing in front of her, cabbages at his feet cleaved in half, and an outstretched hand to help her up. "Hey, are you great? These things are going really fast. You're not hurt, are you?" 𝐸𝐸 was pulled out of her staring at the boy, one of the first people to help her without planning on getting something in return, but his cries of discomfort. She grabbed his hand and hurried to her feet, nodding to him while quickly casting another wind wall behind 𝐒𝐿. He sighed and rolled his shoulder, a bruise already forming underneath his shirt where a particularly solid cabbage smacked into him. Letting 𝐒𝐿 sit down behind her, 𝐸𝐸 turned to the still incoming swarm with anger showing on her face. These cabbages had hurt someone who was willing to be friends with her. Someone who was willing to get injured to protect her. There was no other possible punishment but death for the cabbages. 𝐒𝐿 watched for the next few minutes as more advanced magic than he had ever seen before was thrown out at the swarm with amazing speed. He watched as the counter ticked up more and more. And when 𝐸𝐸 ended her rapid attacks by shooting out black and red lightning that chained from cabbage to cabbage, pushing her just over the 100 mark, he stood and cheered for her. After the swarm was defeated, 𝐸𝐸 was made an official member of the party. 𝐒𝐿 was really surprised at how valuable the cabbages were. When Yunyun handed him the bag full of eris, it almost dragged his hand to the ground with how full it was. He heaved it onto the table and tied up the top tightly, keeping it away from Aqua, who was staring at it with sparkling eyes. Using the 300 eris he had gotten from killing the cabbages when he saved Yunyun, 𝐒𝐿 bought everyone a round of dinner and drinks water for Aqua, fruit juice for everyone else. Standing up with one foot on the chair, he raised his glass towards Yunyun. To Yunyun, Arch-Wizard of the Crimson Demon Clan and the newest member of our party. He got a few cheers from the other groups around his table, and all of his party but Megumin cheered loudly. Megumin just let out a small woo. They sat and ate and talked for about an hour before Yunyun started getting sleepy. She had used a lot of mana today, and while she was a crimson demon, even they could run out of mana. She got up groggily and walked upstairs, heading to sleep. A few minutes later, Megumin followed her up to the room. It was right before 𝐒𝐿 was about to go to bed as well when the door to the guild hall opened up again, showing a very tall elf with bright red hair. He looked around the room before spotting 𝐒𝐿. He walked over to the boy. "Mr. Artificer. Glad I could catch you before you retired to your room. I finished the model you requested. It is in my shop awaiting you. You may come now, or I can store it for you for tomorrow morning." 𝐒𝐿 shook his head. "No, it will be better if I test it now. If I don't, I'll just end up not being able to sleep from excitement." He put the roasted toad leg back down onto his plate and stood up. "All right, you two, I'll see you in the morning, just going to test one of my skills." Aqua bolted up and stood next to him, shaking her head. Darkness got up as well. "You can't tease us like that. I wanna see what you're doing. And who is this man?" 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, not really minding if they tagged along. The elf walked forward and gave them a small bow, flourishing his arm behind his back. "My name is 𝐒𝐻𝐿. I am a craftsman that focuses on the appealing art of pottery." Aqua gave the guy a blank look, before glancing at Darkness, who looked as confused as she was. Was everyone in this world an overly dramatic fool? 𝐒𝐿 was already out the doorway and heard towards Nevath's shop with the elf in tow. He seemed excited about this, so it was either really cool or really nerdy. They arrived at Nevath's shop and entered, and Aqua froze mouth agape. Standing there, in the center of the room, was a ceramic statue of the one, the only, All Might, in full painted colors for the outfit and everything. 𝐒𝐿 was staring at it in awe, but Aqua just hit the ground as laughter overtook her. "PPFFFFTT. I knew you were a fanboy, 𝐒𝐿, but seriously. Let me guess, you're gonna turn it into some super-powered magic fighting robot, aren't you?" Aqua was on her knees slamming her fist into the ground, while Darkness and Nevath just looked confused. Darkness went over and knocked on the statue, noting that it wasn't hollow, the sound that rang out akin to a completely solid object. 𝐒𝐿, who is this man that you commissioned a statue of? He must be of great importance to you." 𝐒𝐿 blushed and rubbed the back of his head, nodding. Well, yeah. He's a really powerful hero from my homeland. His punches are strong enough to level cities if he wanted to. I just wanted to see if I could, I dunno, honor him." As 𝐒𝐿 placed his hand on the statues, a scroll appeared in his other hand. Aqua and Darkness seemed to realize what he was about to do, their eyes widening. 𝐒𝐿 looked at the scroll and smiled at its content. Summoning a pen, he started writing. "Porcelain statue, All Might quality. You are about to use the skill Create Golem. This skill allows you to animate objects to perform a variety of tasks to the best of their abilities. Stronger materials will be available to be turned into golems at higher levels. Golems will follow voice commands of all registered owners. These include the creator's party members, and any individuals the creator gives access to golems can also be programmed with a basic personality, which can be based on a person, living or dead. The golem will have no memories, but can be programmed to act like the creator expects another person to. Do you wish to add any programming to this golem? Oi, watch where you put your feet. I'm sorry." Megumin huffed as she pushed Yunyun's foot away from her stomach and turned over to face away from her. They were in their party's room, lying feet to face on the bed. "Forget about it. Just go to sleep and don't kick me again, okay?" "I won't, 𝐿𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 sighed happily at the quiet. It stayed like that for a short while, silence dominating the room, apart from the noise from downstairs, the creaking of the guild building. Then the silence was shattered again. "Hey, 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵." 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 groaned and rolled back over, hesitating as she saw the weird look on Yunyun's face. The girl was exhausted, and it showed. Honestly, 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 couldn't believe that she was still awake. "What do you want?" Yunyun frowned slightly, her tired eyes looking incredibly sad. "Do you really not like me? I thought we were going to be rivals, like the great heroes of legends. I wanted to be one with you." 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵's heart jumped into her throat. What a question. Did 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 even have an actual answer to that? She knew that Yunyun would never have been confident to just outright say something like that when she was fully awake. Maybe she could just ignore it and pretend she fell asleep. She caught Yunyun's eyes and knew that she couldn't just ignore this. Sighing, she sat up and looked over at the girl for a few moments. She looked so sad. 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 knew that Yunyun didn't have many friends, but did her not liking the girl really have that big an effect on her? She didn't even really not like her. It was more that she was just mildly annoyed by the constant challenges to a duel that Yunyun made, and the fact that her melons were bigger, and that Izuku had seemed more impressed with her magic than 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵's. But, wasn't she the one that started challenging her to duels? Every day when they were kids, duel after duel so that she could eat. And it wasn't really Yunyun's fault that her melons were bigger, 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 knew that, and Izuku probably just liked the variety of spells that Yunyun cast without collapsing. She sighed. "Yunyun." The girl perked up slightly, but 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 could tell that she was incredibly groggy, still. "Yes, 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵." 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 looked down. "I don't, not like you. You're fine, you just annoy me sometimes. I'm really sorry if I ever made it seem like I actually hated you or anything like that. I guess." She had scrunched her eyes up at that, not knowing what Yunyun's reaction would be to that. She hoped she wasn't angry with her or something. Although she would kinda deserve it. She heard a soft sob come from Yunyun and opened her eyes quickly to see Yunyun lying on her back, asleep, a relieved smile on her face. 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐵 wiped her face at the sight, wiping off the drop of water that leaked down from the roof. That was it. She definitely wasn't crying as well. And anyone that said otherwise had a free ticket to Explosion Town. She was about to speak again when she realized that Yunyun was finally out of it, snoring softly. Turning over, she pulled the covers up around her and drifted off to sleep. "I am here, I 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 am here, Izuku. Turn him off. Please." Izuku ducked under the arm made out of clay as 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐵 swiped at him, yelping as he dragged Aqua out of the way of the other arm flying at her head. "I don't know why he's doing this. I only showed him my memories of him being a hero." Aqua looked confused as well. "Then why has he gone all Frankenstein's monster on us?" Izuku, panicking, just shrugged, pulling darkness out of the way of one of the golem's fists. She seemed kinda upset about that, something he didn't really understand. "You two get out of here. I'll try and turn him off." Aqua nodded and sprinted right for the door, knocking over Nevarth as she barreled through it. Izuku dodged to the side as 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐵 broke the table he was hiding behind, his smile never fading. "I am here." Izuku flinched and scrunched his eyes up as another fist almost hit him, but froze in surprise when it was stopped, a sharp crack hitting his ears. He opened his eyes to see darkness standing in front of him, breathing heavily. "You pack quite a punch, Mr. All Might, sir. A pity you can't keep up with my durability, you would have been an excellent sparring partner." Izuku saw what darkness was referring to, a large crack spreading up 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐵's arm. It creaked again and Izuku saw the middle finger from the hand that hit darkness fall to the ground, shattering on impact. Izuku's eyes widened. "Darkness. I totally forgot that he's made of ceramic. Just let him punch you and he should break himself." Darkness nodded, letting out a joyous cackle as she spread her arms wide, allowing 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐵 to attempt to attack her without resistance. "Of course. Pummel me, you magnificent creation. Pummel me until you break." Izuku gave her an odd look as she did so, only making her squirm more, a hot blush coming onto her face. She knew that this boy had darkness hidden within him. telling her to use her body as a shield and then judging her for doing so. What contradictory actions! She loved it. She shuddered as the stump of Golem-Might's arm crashed into her chest again, the hand long since shattered, and promptly collapsed in on itself. That seemed to be the final straw, cracks spreading all over the golem until it let out a large crack, the multitude of pieces falling to the floor. Darkness shivered as the attack stopped, breathing deeply, her face flushed red. She stood there for a moment, staring down at the pile of ceramic pieces, then laughed. Turning to Izuku, who was dusting himself off, she sprinted over to him and grabbed the boy by the shoulders. "You must make another." That was exhilarating. Izuku just looked at her weirdly and pried himself from her grasp. "Why would I do that? Obviously, it didn't work as I intended. I'm going to have to figure out what went wrong before I try again." Darkness hummed. That wasn't an "I'll never make one again," but it did mean she would have to wait. "Well, I hope you are quick in your investigation. A brute that will pummel me relentlessly until he falls apart, with no worries about my safety or their own. Truly you have created a masterpiece." Izuku shook his head. "Look, Darkness, whatever this whole things, I need you to tone it down, okay? At least in public. I know that you enjoy fighting, but you make it sound like you're obsessed or something." Izuku turned away from the girl and moved over to the broken golem, picking up a piece and thinking. Why would a golem infused with All Might's memories start attacking people at random? Wait a second, it wasn't All Might's memories that Izuku was implanting into the golem. It was his own memories about what All Might would do in these situations. And all of the memories of All Might that Izuku inserted into the golem was him saying his catchphrase and fighting villains. So basically saying "I am here" over and over again and punching people. Well, that explained a lot. No wonder he went crazy. The next morning was much quieter than the one before. Seeing as they didn't have to be up absurdly early to prepare for an attack on the town by a swarm of wild, flying cabbages, which Izuku still had trouble believing were real, no matter if he had fought them or not, they all got to sleep in a bit. Or at least, the girls got to sleep in a bit. Izuku was in the habit of rising early to prepare for school and tend to any lasting injuries before his mum woke up. Which, while tragic and definitely something he'd have to talk to with a therapist about one day, meant that he always had extra time in the morning. And now that he didn't have to tend to any injuries thanks Aqua, he was able to spend even more time learning about 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻 and the magic that he now possessed. It was wacky and crazy, and he loved every second of it. Except maybe that bit where Golem-Might V1 almost caved his skull in. Or that time when the ogre almost killed him by caving his skull in. Or when Derza threatened to do horrible things to his first proper friend in this world. Okay, so there were up and downs. A magical roller coaster of adventures. But hey, he was still alive, his friends were okay, and he was getting better with his magic every day. His practice with Dawn was going well too. He wasn't going to be winning any Swordmaster trophies anytime soon, at least not without a teacher, but his skills with a sword were workable. Especially when he used powered to make up for the lack of physical strength he still had to worry about. Maybe he should start drafting up a proper exercise plan soon. Dempton would probably hook him up. He might have to pay the man for it though, or enchant another piece of his gear. He hummed to himself as he pulled out his adventurer card. Izuku Midoriya, Artificer of Axel, the Shades Layer LVL 6, Artificer skill points remaining, 28 attribute points remaining, 6 strength, 13 dexterity, 45 endurance, 50 intelligence. Wisdom, 25 charisma, 30 luck, 23 abilities, natural craftsman, infuse magic item, create golem, spells, skill bind, firebolt, summon tool, farsight, powered, reflect magic items. Digital pocket watch of luck. His biggest issue right now was strength. Even with his magic, his body still seemed to charge right into battle with a sword drawn long before his mind could play catch up and ground himself. He would either have to become a bigger threat in melee range, or break that habit if he wanted to live past his 15th birthday. He looked over at Aqua as the girl mumbled something in her sleep, something about demons. He didn't catch what it was she said exactly, but she seemed very worried about demons in her dream. She fell silent a few moments later, clutching onto an empty glass bottle like a teddy bear. Izuku shook his head at that. wondering how such a young goddess could be so addicted to booze already. Izuku hadn't even seen booze before coming to Belzerk. Darkness was sleeping soundly, her armor shed in favor of her plain black jumpsuit. She still had her sword next to her bedroll, but he knew that as she was now, she probably wasn't going to be hitting anything or anyone, more specifically. Maybe he could enchant her sword for better accuracy until he was able to make her put some points into swordsmanship. Or maybe he could just practice with her in swordplay. He was getting better without putting skill points into it, why couldn't she? Something for him to think about later. Megumin and Yunyun were still fast asleep as well. They had taken the bed, which Izuku was fine with. He was glad that no one had claimed it for themselves. Instead, the two girls shared it. He hoped that they could find a way to work together in his party. He wanted both of them to stick around, so he hoped they could patch up their relationship enough to work together. He knew how bad a one-sided relationship could feel, and he wouldn't wish that on anyone else. Shaking his head, he tore himself out of his ruminations. He had stuff he wanted to do this morning, or at least research how to do, before he had to take Megumin out to let off an explosion. He stood up and tiptoed out of the room, relocking the door after he left. He headed downstairs to the foyer to see Luna already up and wiping down a table. She gave him a sly smile as he entered her line of sight. "Ah, Midoriya. What brings you down here so early? After your party's success yesterday, I expected you and your girls to be, incapacitated for the majority of today." Izuku just shook his head silently, before he realized what she had meant by his girls. "Wait. That's not what we're like. They're my friends and party members. I've only known most of them for a few weeks, maybe a month. I'd never do something like that so quickly." Luna just laughed. I know, you must forgive a girl for wanting to get some teasing in. I will say though, there are quite a few people who seem to think that you're building some ultimate battle agent." Izuku's face went bright red as he sputtered, waving his hands in front of him, shaking his head. "What? That's insane. I would never try and disrespect any of my friends like that." Luna raised her eyebrow at him. "Disrespect? What are you talking about? It's very common for powerful and famous heroes like yourself to participate in polyamory. In fact, the last Artificer we had in Belzerk was rumored to have more girls by his side than Axel has in its entirety." Izuku froze at that, trying to wrap his head around that thought. There were at least 1,500 people in Axel. And just over half were women. How could one man be with almost 800 people? He bowed to Luna, shaking a bit. "Thank you for the warning, I have to go now." Luna gave him a confused look as he sprinted out of the guild hall at top speed, steam shooting from his ears, his face redder than a tomato. She hummed to herself. "What a strange boy." Izuku gulped in air as he finished his run. He had decided to start with working on his cardio before moving on to building muscle, and he thought that going for a run around Axel's walls was a pretty good start. The exercise also helped him clear his head from what Luna told him about. While he trusted his party, he did have to admit that he didn't really know most of them well on a personal level. Definitely not enough to do that with them. And definitely not all of them. Sure, they were all very pretty, but Izuku didn't want to creep them out. Whatever. He didn't want to think about it right now. His legs burned, his lungs were screaming at him, and his feet were throbbing. And he still had to take Megumin out for her daily explosion. Man, if he kept this up he would be running marathons in no time flat. He arrived at the guild hall to see a rowdy crowd of adventurers already chowing down on breakfast and probably alcohol, preparing themselves for a day doing quests. Izuku noticed the bright blue hair of Aqua seated on the other side of the room and smiled, glad that he didn't have to climb the stairs and wake the girls up. He headed over to the quest board and hummed to himself as he looked through his options. There were less than usual, but still a fairly good selection. He hadn't eaten before running, so he made sure to order a small plate of food when a barmaid passed him, then he sat down to read the quest papers. There were a few good ones, including one to clear a lake of pollution, which Aqua could probably do fairly easily with enough protection. There was also one to hunt a pack of goblins. That seemed simple enough. Taking the piece of paper off of the board, he rushed over to Luna to accept the quest, before heading over to his party to tell them. He noticed that 𝐼𝐼𝐼 and 𝐸𝐸𝐸 seemed to be treating each other better. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 didn't even steal anything from 𝐸𝐸𝐸's plate today. Maybe 𝐸𝐸𝐸 joining the party would be good for their relationship. Izuku was glad that he could help if that was the case. Darkness noticed his approach first and smiled. Ah, Izuku. I see you have brought us a quest to do this morning. What is it that we shall be fighting today? A black fang? A white wolf? Maybe a one-punch bear? Izuku shook his head. Nothing like that, sorry, still trying to recover mentally from being thrown around by that ogre. I'd prefer to do less stressful quests until I feel a bit more confident in my abilities. Darkness froze as he mentioned the ogre, before nodding. Izuku could see Aqua and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 shiver uncomfortably in the edge of his sight, and 𝐸𝐸𝐸 looking confused. He would explain to her later. Darkness rubbed her arm, looking down. Of course. I could see why you would want to take it easy. As boring as that may be, I will not complain about you getting stronger. What shall we be fighting then? Izuku plopped the piece of paper onto the table, smiling. Something important, but fairly easy for a party of our quality. There's a large group of goblins that have set up camp on the crossroads half a day's travel from Axel that have been ambushing traveling merchants. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 puffed out her cheeks. But before we go save a bunch of rich, stuck-up scam artists, you're going to help me do my daily explosion, right? Izuku nodded. Of course I will. I was just telling you what we were going to be doing this afternoon so you guys can prepare. I have some stuff I need to do after me and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 get back anyway, so you all have plenty of time. But we do leave tonight. After getting nods of acknowledgement, he waved his hand to 𝐼𝐼𝐼. All right then. Let's get this over and done with. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 jumped to her feet and followed after him, spinning her staff over her head as she did so. One massive explosion later, and Izuku and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 were on their way back to Axel. Izuku rolled his shoulders as he looked over to the girl, smiling at the content look on her face. She was currently being carried by a small, amorphous golem made of mud and rock. It might sound disgusting, but she was basically being carried on a flat surface by a golem that could act like a car's suspension and keep her flat no matter the bumps and dips in the road. Izuku honestly couldn't believe he hadn't thought of this before. Now he didn't have to carry her every day. He'd named the golem Hakubu. It was simple, but it made sense. Plus, no one here knew Japanese but him and Aqua, so they just think it was a cool-sounding name. Definitely not just a lazy way of explaining what the golem did. Definitely not. Hey, Izuku. Darkness told me about how the golem you made last night went crazy and tried to kill you. This one isn't going to suffocate me or something. Because it's all gooey and made of mud and I'm still all floppy from using explosion. Izuku shook his head. Nope, this one is totally safe. A mindless drone meant only to carry you and follow my orders. It's basically just a homemade slime with a platform on the top. Hope you like Hakubu, cause he's going to be carrying you back from now on. No more piggybacks for me. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 pouted, and sighed. He's alright, but the rock platform is a bit uncomfortable. Is he only able to have the rock or can I give him like a pillow on a plank of wood for me to lie on? Izuku shrugged. Not really sure, to be honest. You can always try it and see if it works. You're able to give Hakubu orders as well because you're in my party so he'll listen to you. Just don't make him fight anything, alright? He will most definitely lose. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 nodded. Gotcha. No fighting for the mud machine Hakubu. There was silence for a little bit as he and Hakubu moved towards Axel. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 was always pretty drowsy after using explosion, so she was happy to take a quick nap as they traveled back to Axel. They reached the front gate, so Izuku made Hakubu stop, then softly shook 𝐼𝐼𝐼 awake. 𝐼𝐼𝐼. I'm going to be outside the city walls until we have to leave for the goblin camp. You guys get ready tonight and I'll meet you here at sundown. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 rubbed the sleep out of her eye, yawning. What will you be doing all day? You got some Artificer thing you want to keep secret from us or something? Izuku chuckled. Something like that, actually. It's a surprise that I'll be working on for a bit. Trust me, you'll like it. He gave Hakubu a mental command to find the other girls, and watched for a moment as the golem and the mage moved into town, before turning and heading out towards the forest, pulling his journal out and flipping to a page covered in maths equations. This project would take a lot of work, but by the end of it, it should help cut their costs by a lot and make his party happy. And to make his friends happy, he'd do almost anything. He collected a few large rocks and put them in a pile, before using Create Golem on the stack. They rose from the ground to form a vaguely humanoid shape, and stood tall above Izuku's head. Nodding to himself, he used Summon Tool to summon a large woodcutting axe, and handed it to the golem. "Alright dude, we're going to need a lot of wood for this project, so could you start chopping some trees down for me please? Cheers. Once I've rested for a bit I'll make another golem to help you." The golem, of course, said nothing in return, and instead started moving towards some of the larger trees and started to slam the axe head into the side. This project would save them massive amounts of gold in the future, so it was definitely worth it. As the first tree fell, Izuku smiled to himself. He might have to cut down a bunch of trees and make many more golems, but damn it, he was the artificer of Axel now. And he was going to build his party the best goddamn house he could. It was late afternoon when Izuku returned to the guild hall. He was absolutely wiped. Even if he hadn't been doing any of the actual physical work, he had used an absurd amount of mana to create multiple golems, and even more to keep them equipped with tools and running at 100% efficiency while they chopped up trees and cleared the ground. He was fairly happy with the progress he had made with his project. He wouldn't have a house of sufficient size for 5 and maybe more people for some time, but for now, he had a large swath of land cleared of any trees, shrubbery and rocks, ready to be built upon. But that was for another day. For now, they had a quest to go do, some people to help. Yawning, he pushed open the door to the guild hall and headed over to the loud corner of the room, already instinctively knowing that was where his party was. He waved to them as they saw him approaching. Sitting down in his seat, he yawned, accepting the plate of food Darkness handed him. "Thanks, Darkness. Hey guys. How are you all?" Darkness smiled at him, her cheeks reddening. "We're well, Izuku. I am curious about what you did today, though. You left quite early, and Megumin said that you were doing a secret Artificer project. Could it be that you're designing more golems based on that hero from your homeland?" She seemed oddly excited about golems in general, which was something Izuku could relate to, but she seemed to be trying her best to at least keep her voice down. Smiling at her, he laughed. "Not at the moment, no. Not planning on making any more golems based on All Might until I am confident that they won't go crazy. Even then, I might not." Yun tilted her head to the side, looking confused. "I think I missed something. Who's All Might?" Izuku's head whipped around to her so fast she was honestly a little worried for his health, but as he opened his mouth to talk, Aqua shoved one of the frog legs into it and spoke instead. "All Might is this big hero from Izuku's homeland. Super buff, wears flashy enchanted armor and has his hair shaped in a V. Izuku's kind of obsessed with him." Finishing the mouthful of frog leg he had in his mouth, Izuku continued. "And why wouldn't I be? I know it sounds crazy, but where I came from there are villains. I guess the best comparison would be bandits, here, causing havoc almost every day, and All Might is the #1 hero, who goes out every day to stop villains and help people. He's probably saved more people than I've ever met." Megumin sipped from her cup of water, watching Izuku start to rant about All Might. From her own experience with subjects she was passionate about, she knew that this could go on for a while. She checked the clock on the wall and hummed. "Hey, Izuku, sorry to interrupt, but shouldn't we start getting ready to head out? I'm gonna bring Hakubu and I need your help getting some walls set up so he can carry stuff for me." Izuku had been a few seconds from showing them his completely accurate All Might face when Megumin spoke, and he blushed as he noticed his entire party, and beyond, staring at him. Dropping his head, he hummed into his frog leg and nodded. "I guess we should probably start getting ready to go, yeah. Adding some walls to Hakubu shouldn't be too hard, but I'll need to see how much stuff you're bringing." Yun jumped up and bounced on her feet. "All right. Let's get packing." Yun, Megumin, and Darkness started heading upstairs after they finished their food, but Izuku grabbed Aqua's forearm to stop her from following right away. "Hold up a minute, Aqua. I have something for you." He placed his bag down on the table and could almost feel the smile Aqua was giving him as he rummaged around in it. I knew it was just a matter of time before you gave an offering to your goddess. What is it? Money. The fanciest wine you could find. Izuku laughed as he pulled out the digital pocket watch of luck from his bag and held it out to her. Nothing like that. I found this. I wanted you to have it. Aqua reached out and yoinked the pocket watch out of his hands. No takebacks. Oh wow, this is appealing. Wait, is that Eris? You offered up an amulet with Eris' face on it to me. Izuku let out a neep and waved his hands. No. I mean, well, kind of. But I didn't make it. It's a magic item that increases luck, and Eris is apparently the goddess of luck, so I think it's meant to be thematic. But it's also not an amulet. Try opening it. She still looked a little grumpy, but Aqua pulled the watch open, and Izuku smiled as she gasped in surprise. It's a clock. And like, a digital one. Where did you find this, Izuku? Izuku tried his best to put a confident smirk on his face, but from the way Aqua looked at him it probably came out a weird, shaky grin. I'm not telling. Gotta have some secrets, haha. Narrowing her eyes, Aqua pocketed the watch, and Izuku could almost feel something warm fill the air for a moment as a soft golden glow surrounded her for an instant, before disappearing again. He then let out a yelp as Aqua grabbed him by the arm and started dragging him upstairs so that they could also get to packing. Izuku pulled his bag onto his back, leaning forward slightly to counter the weight. He had been kicked out of the room while the girls got changed and packed their clothes, and was waiting for them to be done in the hallway. Strapping Dawn to his hip, he knocked on the door to their room in the guild hall. Is it okay for me to come in again? I still have to adjust Hakubu for Megumin. There was quiet for a moment, the only noise being some rustling and some laughter before he heard Megumin begin to speak, being interrupted by Aqua. No, Yunyun, put that back, yep. You're good to come on in now. Slowly, he pushed the door open and raised an eyebrow at the sight. Megumin was currently trying to pull his school jacket off of Yunyun, who was wearing it. Both of them froze as he saw them, Yunyun letting out a neep and covering her face. I'm sorry. I'm just cold. I didn't realize it was yours at first and then I was really comfy. I can take it off if you want. Izuku knew that Yunyun's outfit was a bit exposed, and could see how she would be cold. He scratched his cheek and laughed awkwardly, banishing the image from his head. I mean, I'm not using it, so I guess it's fine if you want. You can take the trousers if you want, Megumin. Your legs are probably cold as well, right? He laughed inwardly as Megumin released Yunyun and pulled his breathes out from the small pack he had. She looked at him, a confused look on her face. Are you sure that's okay? I don't want you to be embarrassed about us taking your clothes. Izuku waved his hands. Why would he be embarrassed? The kids at his old school used to steal his stuff all the time. Don't worry about it. I've got plenty of spare breathes and shirts, and you, well, you don't. I don't think I've seen you wear anything warmer than your skirt thing the entire time I've known you. Megumin nodded, holding the breathes out in front of herself. Aqua laughed, and Izuku turned to her. You too, Aqua. I overheard the other day that winter should be coming in a month or two. Would you like me to see if I can make you some better clothes? She shrugged. I mean, I'm pretty good in the cold, it doesn't usually bother me, but warmer clothes are always super comfy, so I won't say no if you want to make some. Izuku nodded, looking at the other girls. I can also look into making you all some more protective clothes if you want. Yunyun frowned. But the guys in the guild hall said that this kind of shirt would help me make friends. Izuku's eyes narrowed immediately as he thought about what she meant by this kind of shirt. It was pretty clear to him what they had meant. As he pondered what she had said, Aqua smiled at her and spoke. They were being gross and mean. We're all your friends now, so you don't have to leave your chest unprotected now. And hey, you see how well made Izuku's clothes are, imagine how much cooler you'll feel in quality stuff like that. You'll definitely have a better outfit than Megumin here. Izuku frowned at Aqua, who just gave him an innocent smile that he definitely didn't fall for. Pitting rivals against each other like that. Glancing over to the two crimson demons, he saw the twinkle in their eyes. It seems to be working, he spoke up. Look, before you two blow up the guild hall because of a scuffle, how about I just make everyone a new outfit if they want it? We all adventure in what are essentially our day clothes except for darkness, but even then she could wear shorts and a t-shirt and survive more damage than the rest of us combined. Getting a unanimous yes in response, 𝐒𝐿 smiled and pulled out his book, summoning a pen with tool summon and writing it down so that he could remember to do it later on. They left the room after that, now that they were all packed up and ready to leave. Exiting the guild hall, Luna waved to their group, and so 𝐒𝐿 waved back, giving her an awkward smile. He was still a bit shaken by what she had told him, but he wouldn't hold the customs of this world against her. To each their own, and all that. Megumin immediately brought Hakubo up beside 𝐒𝐿 as they reached the town gate, smiling as she sat on top of her minimal amount of stuff. So you're actually going to make us cooler outfits? Do you have any ideas for mine so far? 𝐒𝐿 tapped his chin as he walked, thinking. I reckon that for you specifically, something like medium mage armor. It needs to be protection focused rather than movement focused, seeing as you're kind of done after your attack. He snapped his fingers as he remembered something. Oh. And the crystal in your staff, I wanted to know more about it. Can I look at it quickly with my infuse magic item? Tilting her head, Megumin struck a pose, which looked odd while she sat on Hakubo. It's bad form to ask a mage to give up their sacred weaponry, 𝐒𝐿. But as a party member, I shall trust you with it. 𝐒𝐿 grinned as she passed over the staff, and quickly used his skill on it so that he could give it back straight away. As usual, a scroll appeared in his hands, and he passed the staff back to the girl, who looked surprised that just touching it was all 𝐒𝐿 needed. To answer the question I can see you thinking, it's easy if I'm just looking at an item, I do actually have to be touching it to infuse it, but I'm not going to for the moment. Hakubo isn't strong enough to carry the both of us and all our stuff. She nodded and grabbed the staff back from him, looking over his shoulder as he read the scroll. Minor Manatite Staff spellcasting focus attuned to Megumin of the Crimson Demons. The Manatite crystal at the tip of this poorly made staff makes casting spells slightly easier and increases the attuned user's mana pool by 5%. 𝐒𝐿 smiled as he let the scroll fade away. I thought as much. The crystal in your staff actually helps with your mana pool, and makes spellcasting a little easier. Megumin looked at her staff. Yeah. Wait, did you not know Manatite existed? 𝐒𝐿 froze and gulped, before putting a smile on his face and turning back to her. No, of course, I did. I just wanted to make sure your staff actually was. There are people who make fake ones in my homeland. Just double-checking it didn't happen here. Megumin gave him a look that made him pretty sure she didn't believe him, but she didn't press it. Instead, she continued. So why is it so important that I have a Manatite staff for our clothing? 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Well, I was thinking of including things like necklaces and bracelets made out of Manatite to help you all with your spellcasting. In my homeland, our heroes use equipment that helps their powers a lot, and while a lot of the principles wouldn't work here, some do. Megumin's eyes widened. That makes sense. And I'd look so cool and rich covered in stuff like that. You must make me some eventually. When we have the money to buy all of the material, of course. Manatite isn't cheap. 𝐒𝐿 laughed. Don't worry, I plan on getting all of you guys the best gear I can make, no matter how much the stuff costs. You're my friends and I've never really had that before, so I'm not going to disappoint any of you. Megumin frowned at that, glancing back to Yunyun for a moment and catching her eye. It was clear that Yunyun was listening to them talk, even as Darkness and Aqua argued, because Yunyun sent a sad smile 𝐒𝐿's way. Megumin got a pang of guilt in her chest, before shaking her head. She was working to move past that with Yunyun now. Turning back to 𝐒𝐿, she smiled. That's really kind of you, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 looked at her and smirked. I guess it is, but it does come with one condition. You'll only get the new clothes after I've seen you cast at least 3 spells that aren't explosion. Megumin froze. She could hear Yunyun giggling from behind her, but she didn't look back, instead just stared at 𝐒𝐿. He held her eye, smiling softly at her. You? 𝐒𝐿 continued to smile. I mean, you already promised to add points into your mana reserves, right? So it's a win-win. You get cool clothes that help with mana, and you also get more types of magic you can do with said mana. Megumin flipped her pointer in the air as she tried to refute him, but quickly realized she had nothing to do so with. She had promised that when she joined, hadn't she, Demon? When did you get so crafty? Shrugging, Izuku looked ahead of their group and at the approaching tree line. I'm not sure, to be honest. Being here, away from my homeland. It's nice. Makes me feel like I can be more confident. You girls being my friends has certainly helped, too. Their conversation continued on for only a short while after that, as Izuku had seemingly gotten lost in his own thoughts. Eventually Aqua pulled her into an argument she and Darkness were having about all might golems, and she was distracted from the heartfelt smile on Izuku's face as he looked behind him and at the group. Using Farsight made it fairly easy to spot the goblins' way before they could pose any threat. The goblins weren't even being that subtle about their presence at the crossroads. From where Izuku and his party were standing, he could see a few dead horses and an overturned cart on the side of the road, set up like a barrier. He guessed that the cart was where most of the goblins would be. It wasn't massive, but it was above average, and from what he had heard about goblins, could probably hold 10 to 12, maximum. The girls had gathered behind him and stared over his shoulder, but they couldn't see as far as he could. Relaying the information to the girls, he started thinking about how they should do this. Any suggestions for this fight? I've only got one big thing. I don't think the merchants will like it if we detonate their route, so no explosions for now. Megumin pouted and Izuku patted her on the shoulder stiffly, drawing his hand back and listening to the other girls talk. Well, Darkness and Aqua specifically. Yunyun was just sitting next to him silently, although he could tell she had an idea from the excited look on her face. Yunyun, do you have an idea? She jumped, letting out an as Izuku spoke, but calmed down and nodded, rubbing her hands together, clearly nervous. I have a spell that can probably immobilize them all if I do it right. That'd make them easy to pick off, right? Izuku smiled and nodded, pulling out his notebook on instinct, a pen appearing in his hand with quick use of summon tool. That sounds great. What's it called? Yunyun blushed and placed her hand on the ground, and a small circle around it turned a deep purple, and Izuku watched in awe as her hand sunk into it like quicksand. Eventually, she pulled her hand out and the floor turned back to packed dirt. It's called Bottomless Swamp. It basically makes the ground SCK the target down if they walk over it, and I don't really think any goblin could be strong enough to overcome it. They aren't the strongest monsters around. The only issue is that I have to constantly focus to keep it up. I won't be able to cast anything else while it's active. Izuku hummed as he took the downside into consideration. He glanced over to the other three girls. How does this sound? Darkness and I gather the goblins' attention, and once they've started coming this way, Yunyun casts Bottomless Swamp, and then we can finish this quickly. Darkness gave him a thumbs up as her cheeks reddened, Aqua smiled and nodded, and Megumin pouted but grunted an affirmative. Smiling, Izuku turned back to Yunyun, whose grin was so big he wondered if it hurt. Alright, that's the plan then. Go get set up in a place where you think you can get all of them, Yunyun. Aqua, can you go with her as a lookout? And if something attacks the both of you and you don't think you can fight it alone, yell out as loud as you can, and we'll all come over as soon as we can, alright? Aqua nodded. Okay. But don't expect to hear any screams. We're super cool adventurers. I'm an archpriest and Yunyun is an archwizard. Izuku nodded. I know that, but you don't really have any combat moves, and Yunyun will be focused on keeping Bottomless Swamp up. Maybe I should make a golem to go with you. Aqua frowned, crossing her arms as she pouted at him. Izuku. We'll be fine. I'm feeling really lucky today. Izuku watched as she grabbed Yunyun and let the girl lead her to where she thought was a good spot to use her spell, before spotting a boulder that came up to about chest height. Pressing his hand to the rock, he allowed Create Golem to activate, and the rock seems to sprout stubby arms and legs as it stood up, now reaching his shoulders. He patted the rock and gave it its orders. Protect Aqua and Yunyun to the best of your ability. Shield them if they need to retreat, and attack the one hurting them if they are unable to run away. A soft pulse of green light flowed from his hand and into the impromptu golem, which started to walk after the girls. Izuku turned back to Megumin and Darkness, purposefully ignoring the glare he could feel from Aqua as the golem caught up to her and Yunyun. Smiling, he started walking towards the goblins' encampment, waving for the girls to follow him. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 stirred as noise flooded his noise catchers. It was the sound of the sharp shiny sticks bouncing off of stone. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 smiled. Stupid, tasty humans were about. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 sprang to his feet and pulled at the horn on his belt, blowing into it and rousing his fellow goblins. Once all of his goblin brothers and sisters were awake, he put his horn back and pulled out his own sharp shiny stick. Well, his wasn't as big as the stupid, tasty humans, but the size of the weapon didn't matter, just how you used it. And 𝐒𝐽𝐫 thought himself very good at using his weapon. There were 3 voices, but 𝐒𝐽𝐫 didn't speak the human tongue. He looked over to 𝐵𝐿aut, who did, and yelled at the young goblin, demanding to know what the stupid, tasty humans were saying. 𝐵𝐿aut listened for a moment before gasping. All of the goblins looked at him for the translation. You green vermin. Your mother was a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 and the other goblins roared at the insult, even if their small minds didn't really understand what the second part meant. But they knew what vermin were. They were not fluffy scuttlers. They were goblins. Sense left 𝐒𝐽𝐫 as he and his fellow goblins roared as one, and he kicked down the door to their temporary home in the big wheelhouse they had stolen. He saw the 3 humans yelling at them, one standing on what looked like a slime, and charged, his brothers and sisters following him out and onto the road. The 3 humans turned and ran. Cowards! They insult the mighty goblins and then run. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 was laughing in glee as he watched the weaklings run away. Then his foot sank into the ground. Then his entire leg. Then everything up to his neck. God damn it! Aqua hummed as he sat on top of the golem Izuku had made and watched Yunyun work. It was a pretty cool spell, she had to give the girl that. Felt kind of icky to be near, and the smell by itself was making Aqua pinch her nose, but the way it just yoinked the goblins into the floor was interesting. She watched as Yunyun hummed to herself, and the field of purple seemed to almost become a grid, with the dirt walkways in between where the goblins were. Now that was impressive. Aqua whistled in appreciation for the finesse Yunyun had with her magic and hopped off of the golem. She saw Izuku, Darkness, and Megumin walking quickly through the goblins and making quick work of them. Darkness Izuku's back in joy as she stabbed and killed a goblin. She was about to head over when she heard what sounded like an alarm go off in her head. Lady Aqua! Lady Aqua! Can you hear me? It's Luna from the guild. Aqua stumbled as Luna's voice hit her metaphorical ears. Luna! How, what's going on? Oh thank God! Lady Aqua! One of our town heroes has been hit by a powerful death curse. Please! We need your cleansing magic. There was a pause for a moment, but Aqua was already running over to Izuku and the others. Yunyun, who had let go of her spell now that all of the goblins she had captured were dead, stood up and followed, seemingly aware of her panic. Izuku! Do you have any way of getting to Axel quickly? Please, we can't lose 𝐬𝐽. Izuku's head whipped to her immediately and he started moving towards her when he saw the look on her face. Aqua, what's wrong? What's happening? Did you get attacked? Aqua shook her head. No, but apparently one of Axel's town heroes was hit by a powerful death curse. They need me in Axel straight away. How fast can we get back? Izuku tapped on his fingers, but Darkness spoke up first. Not for at least a few hours. Why do they need you specifically? The only monster that could place a curse so powerful that a regular priest couldn't remove it would be, oh no. Izuku looked at Darkness in confusion. What's wrong? What kind of monster is that strong? Megumin scowled. One of the Demon King's generals. They must have attacked Axel. We'll need to get moving if we want to save this hero's life. They were about to start running back to Axel when Yunyun finally caught up to them, crashing into the ground and wrapping them up in a hug. I heard what was going on. Please trust me and don't let go of anything you're holding on to. Izuku nodded to her, sensing that she had a plan. She smiled softly at him and he gripped onto her forearm, the others following his lead. A circle of light appeared around the group as Yunyun gathered her mana. Created by a lazy wizard who couldn't be fed getting up and walking to the guild hall, teleport has become a staple in any high-level wizard's arsenal. And while it has been used to great effect throughout history, it has one main drawback. It's only meant to transport around 1 to 2 people at a time. Now, this usually isn't an issue. Every mage, no matter what age they are when they unlock the spell, is instantly given the knowledge that they shouldn't transport more than themselves and one other person by their adventurer card, as the instincts to use abilities and spells are part of what is unlocked. It is technically possible to transport more than that in one use, but that's where the downside shows itself. Teleporting more than 2 people at a time messes with the accuracy of the spell, big time. With 3 people, it's sort of fine. You'll appear in an area that's about a dozen meters away from the marked location, in any possible direction other than in the ground. That's only a problem if you appear directly above where you're supposed to. 4 people. You'll be even worse off, possibly appearing up to almost 50 meters away from the marked destination. Can be deadly even to mid-level adventurers if you appear in the air, but at least it gives you more time to think of ways to not die. And this leads us to our current situation. Izuku, Aqua, Megumin, Darkness, Yunyun. That's 5 people. Can you see where I'm going with this? I'm sure you can. Teleport, light entered her vision, much more than she was used to when she cast teleports. She let out a yelp as she landed on the floor, but first, her eyes still a bit blurry. She heard a thud beside her, and sat up, rubbing her eyes. Izuku! Are you alright? She heard a groan beside her, and with her eyes now cleared up, saw that Megumin had landed face first beside her. Not Izuku. Where are we? Yunyun looked around and hummed. It was dark, but she could hear people talking and yelling from below them. I think we're somewhere in the guild hall. Teleport isn't really designed for an entire party. Megumin huffed, pushing herself off the floor. You don't say. If it's not designed for it, then why the hell did you use it? Yunyun stood up and helped Megumin to her feet. Light. Well, we had to get back quickly so Aqua could help the person who got hit by a death curse. And you never know how long those curses are set for, so we needed to get back as soon as we could. As Megumin cast light, the area around them lit up and showed that they were in a dusty attic. Megumin pulled open the hatch that let them down and they waited for the ladder connected to it to unfurl before climbing down. Megumin glanced over back at her, and Yunyun put her most defiant face on. She wasn't going to apologize for doing the right thing. Even if teleport had its issues, it was still best that she get them back as quick as she could. It's what a good friend would do. She wasn't going to let 𝐒𝐿 everyone down. Megumin was silent as she grabbed Yunyun's hand and dragged her behind herself, pulling herself to the stairs. Yunyun yelped as Megumin pulled her around the corner, and saw that the adventurers were panicking downstairs. Hey! Those 2 are part of the Artificer's party. Where are the Artificer and the Archpriestess? At the yell, the other people around them stopped, turning to look at them. Before they could say anything more, the guild official Yunyun thought her name was Luna or something close, grabbed both as they reached the bottom of the stairs. Come with me, immediately. Darkness blinked as the flash of light vanished, and the sound of rushing wind entered her ears. Where was she? She rubbed at her eyes, letting them clear up, before freezing. Hold on, that feeling in her stomach, was she falling? Her eyes darted downwards, and she yelled as she saw herself about to hit the ground. Curling up into a ball, she activated as many of her defense abilities as she could in the brief amount of time she had. There was a loud boom as she hit the ground, and she grunted, feeling her arms slam into the thick stone roads, forming a crater. It hadn't taken out much of her HP, but it still stung like a beach. She bit her lip to stop herself from umming in public but allowed her body to wriggle around a little bit in the relative safety of her crater. After a moment the pain started to dip down to barely apparent levels, but even so, Darkness knew from experience that it was probably gonna bruise. Standing up, she grabbed onto the edge of the crater to stop her legs from shaking. Not from pain. She was about to clamber out when something grabbed her shoulders and hoisted her out of the ground, placing her back down after she had cleared the edge of the crater. Looking up she saw Dempton frowning as he looked around the square. Miss Darkness, right. I'm guessing that Miss Luna got the message to Lady Aqua, then. Do you happen to know where Mr. Midoriya and Lady Aqua appeared? Darkness shook her head, frowning as well. Why hadn't they all appeared together? Why had she appeared so far up in the sky? Had something gone wrong with Yunyun's teleport spell? No. I am unaware. My apologies. Dempton shook his head. No worries. Magic is so complicated. Glad my job barely includes any. Well, other than some healing hymns. You know what I mean. Darkness nodded. I understand completely. My father wanted me to be a mage when I was little, but I was steadfast in becoming a crusader. They're much simpler in nature, but can be just as helpful. Dempton hummed, patting the top of his sword. True that. All right, let's get you back to the guild. Miss Luna sent some of us out to find you after the 2 crimson demons appeared in the attic of the guild hall. Darkness shook out her shoulder, feeling the last of the pain ebb away as her high endurance skills took care of her, and started following Dempton back to the guild hall. Yes, let us go. But as we walk, can you tell me about who it is that needs Aqua's help? Dempton nodded, turning his head to make sure she was keeping up with his jogging. Of course. His name is Kyuya Mitsurugi, and he's Axel's most powerful hero. Wiz looked around her shop from behind the counter as something started to buzz. What was that noise? She didn't remember activating any of her items, and no one had been in the store for at least an hour. Her smile dipped a bit as she thought that, but her lack of customers just made the buzzing even weirder. She followed the buzzing to the higher rarity magic items shelf, the ones that were the best of her stocked items. At the very least, they were more powerful. But powerful didn't always equal useful, unfortunately. Rifling through the shelves, she eventually found what was buzzing, a large black crystal orb. As she picked up it, she looked at the tag to see what kind of item it was. Ground fall detector. What? She was questioning to herself what a ground fall detector even was, let alone why she had one when there was a loud pop from behind her. Spinning around, she was able to catch sight of someone appearing in the air near the roof of her store. Unfortunately, she was too surprised to catch them, meaning that they slammed into the hardwood floor with a loud snap. As soon as the person hit the floor though, the ground fall detector stopped buzzing. Guess she had figured out what it did. Wiz winced as the man hit the floor, hearing something break that was always uncomfortable. She rushed over and knelt down next to the man, checking them over. Are you alright? Do you need a healing potion? The figure on the floor rolled over onto their back, clutching one of their elbows, their hand covered in a small amount of BLD. They looked up at Wiz from the floor and nodded, hissing out their reply. That'd be great, thank you. Wiz nodded and hurried behind her counter, grabbing one of her healing vials from a drawer. Rushing back over to the man on the ground, she held out a vial filled with orange liquid. I'm sorry, but all of my spells are combat-focused, I don't have any healing ones. The man on the ground waved her off and used their good arm to push himself off the ground and into a sitting position, leaning against her counter. He grabbed the vial off of her, but before he could drink it, she grabbed his good wrist. Fair warning, it will heal you, but there's a good chance you'll have some weird side effect. The guy who made that loved being a douchebag. Nothing life-threatening, and nothing permanent, but it'll be weird. She looked down at his arm, just to double-check that he actually needed to risk drinking it, and blanched when she saw the reason that his arm was bleeding. His elbow was currently in the wrong direction. That seemed like as valid a reason as any to drink it. Taking her hand off his wrist, Wiz watched the man hesitate for a moment before popping the cork of the vial and downing it in one go. A small yellow flash of light overtook him a second later, and his arm snapped back into place. Wiz nodded as the man coughed, patting him on the back as he inevitably felt the side effect, whatever it was. She was about to stand up when something shot out of his head, slamming into her face. Stumbling backwards, she watched him stand up and shake himself out, the floppy rabbit ears on top of his head wiggling as he did. Well, guess they found the side effect. The man finished coughing from the taste of the vial and looked at her. Hey, thanks for that. I've been hurt worse before, but party's healer doesn't seem to be with me right now to fix it. I can pay you back for the potion if you what is it? The man looked at her with a very confused look on his face, but Wiz couldn't stop giggling. The sight of the man in proper adventurer's gear, coupled with the giant bunny ears and fluffy tail, was hilarious. The man looked around before finally finding the mirror she had set up for customers to use, and froze for a moment as he looked at himself. He reached up slowly and pulled slightly on one of his new ears, and winced as he felt it. Ah, I assume that's the side effect you talked about. Wiz realized that he was talking to her, and nodded, finally getting her giggling under control. Why yes. That's one of them. It should go away in a few days, or you could get a greater restoration to remove them now, but they're expensive. The man shook their head. No, it should be fine. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Do you know how I can get to the Adventurers Guild Hall from your shop? Or at least, how to get to the town square? It's an emergency, Wiz nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku. If it's an emergency, then I can take you to the guild hall. Get ready. Izuku's eyes widened as Wiz latched onto his arm, a yell escaping him as Wiz held her other hand to the roof. Teleport. Aqua landed on her but in a very dark place. She stood up again quickly, not liking the feeling of cold, wet stone against her bare legs. Maybe she should get Izuku to make her a new outfit for general use as well as her winter one. Yeah, a new outfit could be fun. And she would be able to actually get a say in how her clothes looked this time, instead of just getting her outfit assigned to her when she reached divinity. Looking around, the area she was in was just dark. Where was she? If it was this dark, even with her standard-issue divine night vision, then she must be somewhere where there was little to no light at all. Maybe somewhere underground. La Yaua. Can you me? dy8-. Aqua flinched as she heard Luna's voice in her head again, but something was making it staticky and hard to hear. Luna. I can hear you. Lady A. I'm sorry, I can't anything from you at the moment. Aqua huffed, crossing her arms. This is Seekus. Where am I? Sacred light. A bright ring of light appeared over her head, almost like a halo, lighting up the area around her. The change was sudden, like night suddenly turning into the midday sun. Looking around, she saw that she was in a cave system. Looking up at the stone roof of the tunnel she was in, she pouted in frustration. Where the hell am I? Izuku flinched when Wiz cast teleport, expecting it to go poorly again, but nothing happened. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was on the bridge across the guild hall's moat. He was about to comment on the location when Wiz started dragging him, pushing open the door to the guild hall. Izuku! Mr. Midoriya! Izuku barely had a moment to adjust to the new scenery before he was slammed into by Megumin and Yunyun, with Luna standing behind them. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the two, sealing all of their fates as he was overpowered, sending all three of them tumbling to the ground. He groaned as his back slammed into the wooden floor for the second time in the last 5 minutes, coughing as the air was forced out of his lungs. Luckily for the two crimson demons, Izuku's arms softened the blow. Pulling his arms out from under the two of them, Izuku shook his head and stood up, turning and helping both of them to their feet. As soon as the two girls were upright again, Izuku got crushed in a hug from both. After a few seconds, both of the girls seemed to realize what they were doing, jumping off of him quickly. As Megumin stared at the floor, Yunyun spoke up, her face red. Are you alright, Izuku? Teleport isn't designed for a whole party like that, at least not in one use. Where did you end up? Izuku placed his hands on his back and pushed, stretching out his back muscles. I appeared in Wiz's shop. I hit the ground pretty hard, but Wiz helped heal up the injury. I got these as a side effect, though. He pointed up at his head, and his temporary ears twitched. He could feel all of the eyes in the room look at them as they did, silence spreading throughout the guild hall. Izuku shrunk back on himself at the stairs, getting a bit of a flashback to the time he wore some homemade merch to school. Luna seemed to notice his trouble, as she clapped her hands, breaking whatever spell had fallen on the guild hall, and spoke. Mr. Midoriya, do you know where Lady Aqua is? We haven't been able to find her. He was about to respond when he heard someone land on the floor behind him, pulling on his shirt. He turned around to see a woman with lime green hair grabbing his shirt, tears in her eyes. You're the Artificer, right? The one with the archpriest in his party. Please, you have to save 𝐒𝐻𝐽. We can't lose him. You have to help. Standing just a few steps behind her was a girl with maroon hair who was also crying. Izuku was able to guess that they were this 𝐒𝐻𝐽's party members. Turning around, he awkwardly placed his hand on the green-haired girl's head, patting it robotically. I promise that I'll try to help, But for the moment we need to find Aqua. Our teleport sent her someone and we apparently haven't been able to figure out where. He looked up from the girl and addressed the room. Does anyone have a way of locating someone? Any abilities or skills? Luna hummed. There is a skill that higher hunters can get that lets them know where someone is after smelling them, and wizards can use locate item on a magic item they know the name and owner of. Izuku's eyes lit up. That second one is perfect. I gave her a magic item that should be unique around here just this morning. Does anyone here have that skill? He looked over to Megumin, who shook her head, then Yunyun, who flinched. I could get it, but it's beginner magic. Intermediate magic is bad enough. My people would ridicule me for getting such a low-tiered skill. Izuku frowned, looking around to see if anyone else had the skill, but unfortunately came up empty. Most of the people in the guild hall right now were martial fighters, and the few magic users seemed to be mostly druids. The other wizard in the room was too low level to have it either. I have it. I can help. He turned to see Wiz smiling at him, and grabbed onto her hands automatically, his eyes wide. All right. Thank you so much, Wiz. I promise to repay you for this, and the potion from earlier. The item is called the Digital Pocket Watch of Luck. If it helps, it's about the size of my palm. Wiz nodded, and a ball of light appeared, cupped in the palms of her hand as she closed her eyes. Locate item. The ball of light shifted for a bit, before it eventually showed the city of Axel from the side. A blinking purple circle shone underneath the town, deep in the ground. Izuku turned to Luna as he saw it. She's underground somewhere. Do you have a mineshaft under the town? Maybe an old dungeon somewhere. Luna shook her head, frowning. No, nothing like that. There is a cave system a bit to the north, though, that might cross under the town if you go deep enough. Most people steer clear though, after the rookie killer incident. Izuku filed away the name of the incident in his Ask About It Later folder of his brain, and hummed. Okay, so we just need to go get Aqua out from under the town so we can clear this 𝐒𝐲𝐽 of the death curse. How much time do we have until the curse affects him? He turned back to the girls of 𝐒𝐲𝐽's party as he asked that, and they sniffled. The Demon King's general said that 𝐒𝐲𝐽 would die in a week if he didn't come to fight him. He was really angry, saying that someone had been exploding his castle, without issuing a proper challenge. Izuku froze at that, his eyebrow twitching, and voice turning squeaky as he held a finger up to the girls. He would ignore the fact that Luna had made the situation sound a lot more urgent than it actually was, for now, and instead focused on the fact that this might be his own fault. I see. I assume that if Aqua is able to cleanse 𝐒𝐲𝐽's death curse, he'll either be notified and come to attack, or if he isn't notified, he'll come back in a week's time then. Taking a deep breath, Izuku closed his eyes as plans started forming in his head. He looked around at who was willing to help, mentally marking down his own party members as well as 𝐒𝐲𝐽's. Alright, I think I might have an idea how to get through this, but I'll need some help. Aqua pouted to herself as she wandered around the cave she found herself in, her hand up against the wall. Hello. Is anyone here? I need to go help somebody not die. She heard her voice echo and pouted further. Stupid teleport sending her to a stupid cave alone. Why couldn't it have been darkness? She'd probably be getting off on the fact that there was no one to help her. Honestly, she was astounded that Izuku hadn't figured the girl out. What kind of guy can't recognize when a girl is blatantly aroused near them? She'd have thought he'd be jumping right on that, but the way he acted, it was like he didn't realize what was going on. She turned the corner of the cave, huffing to herself as her sacred light showed off another stretch of empty caverns. She stepped forward into the open area and shrieked as her foot sunk down into a pool of water, drenching her shoe and sock. She fell forward and threw her arms out, crying as the stone floor scraped her arms. I hate this stupid cave. Izuku. Anyone. Get me out of here, please. She sat down on a nearby rock, holding the broken heel of the shoe, pouting to herself as she brought her knees to her chest. Why did this have to happen to me? Why am I the unlucky one? As the words left her mouth, her sacred light hovered over her head, and she would swear to every god she was friends with that it made a ding noise. The pocket watch. Fishing the pocket watch out of her dress, she held it up in front of her. She had never actually attuned it to herself, so the benefit was still going to Izuku. She had been hesitant to even accept the watch, seeing as it was imprinted with the face of her rival, but maybe a little more luck wouldn't be too bad in this situation. Izuku attunement didn't give any resistance as she cleared it off of the item, and Aqua couldn't help but smile softly at the fact that Izuku's mana was just as helpful and easygoing as he was. She put some of her own mana into the watch while pulling out her adventurer card, smiling as a small purple blip appeared on the hip of the drawing of her body. She swiped the card to see her equipment page and saw her robes, staff, and the newly attuned cloak. She frowned at the fact that the clothes she was wearing were apparently considered low quality by whatever system ran the adventurer cards and resolved herself to get a new outfit from Izuku as soon as possible. I am the goddess of water. I can't be content with anything but the best gear possible. She placed the pocket watch back into her dress. She looked around the area she was in, not feeling any luckier. But then again, how would she know, right? 𝐵𝐵𝐷 almost the instant she finished the thought, her sacred light started to buzz, shooting forward. Aqua yelped and started to chase the light, not wanting to be left alone in the dark. As she followed it, a thumping noise seemed to get louder and louder. She turned a corner, following that sacred light, and froze at what she saw. She had reached a cavern about the size of the guild hall's main room, and sitting in the middle was a crystal taller than she was, glowing with various colors. She took a step forward and touched the crystal, and it instantly cleared up, showing off a black void, with two chairs facing each other. And sitting on one of them was her junior, Eris. Pulling her hand back, Aqua looked the crystal up and down. What the hell is a divine communicator doing here? Alright, first off, what is a rookie killer, and what incident are you talking about? Izuku noticed Luna flinch and frown to himself. He'd already kind of guessed that it would be a really awkward topic to bring up, but he needed to know what kind of danger Aqua might be in, and what they would be facing while going to get her. Luna wrung her hands together, glancing at the other adventurers, who didn't look all that eager to start talking. After a few seconds of looking around, she sighed, sounding tired. A rookie killer is the slang term for what the Bezlergian bestiary calls a beginner's bane. It's essentially an incredibly large cat, and it hunts low-level humanoids. Low to mid-level humanoids, you mean? Izuku whirled around to see Dempton and Darkness entering the guild hall and smiled seeing that Darkness was seemingly all right. A little red in the face, maybe, but fine. It had been Dempton that interrupted Luna, but Darkness continued. Yes, rookie killers, especially the more successful ones, have been known to attack targets of up to level, although the more people of that level in a group, the less likely they are to be attacked. Their purrs and roars also have the ability to subtly control lesser monsters and even lull humanoids into calm, complacent moods, making them easier prey. Izuku was embarrassed to admit that Darkness seemed to know more about this than he would have expected. Wow. I can see why they are so dangerous. Is the one in the cave system a powerful one? Luna shook her head quickly. No, it's not particularly powerful, compared to some others we've had to deal with before. But rookie killers are intelligent, and this one is incredibly so, although no one can really figure out why. The incident I mentioned earlier is related to that, actually. Izuku motioned for her to go on. She glanced around again, seemingly checking that no one else wanted to take over, and her shoulders dropped a little when she spoke, one hand rubbing her arm. A nobleman's son came to our town a few months ago to practice, and the rookie killer orchestrated an ambush, with a pack of goblins as bait. The noble's son didn't make it, unfortunately. A frown appeared on many of the surrounding adventurers' faces, and he saw Dempton offer a prayer for the victim to his left. After that, the guild still received some major backlash from the noble and his friends, and it's one of the reasons why the quest for it is so highly compensated. The father is quite eager to see its corpse turned into, and I quote, a rug fit for the king himself. Izuku hummed to himself. From what he had heard about the creature so far, his plan would probably still work, but he'd have to work around the creature's mood manipulation somehow. Maybe he could either make or find an item for it. He nodded sharply, clenching his fist as determination flowed through him. He made eye contact with Luna and set himself a mental reminder to make this up to her. Alright, thank you, Luna. With the new information, The final bits of his plan to rescue Aqua from the Rookie Killer's territory was coming into place. He put on his best smile and pulled his notebook out from his pack, using Summon Tool to create a pen, and started writing out his plan. Alright, here's what I want to do. Aqua couldn't believe her eyes. A divine communicator. Here. In some random but cave. She glanced down at the pocket watch now hanging from her belt. Was this the power of good luck? She shook her head with a smile on her face and placed her hand on the divine communicator again, willing herself through the barrier. Her world stretched and compressed at the same time, her vision flashing white, and she suddenly found herself standing on a different floor to the grubby cave ground. Lady Aqua. What are you doing here? As Aqua's sight returned, she was greeted with the sight of Eris, half undressed from her godly robes, a pile of thief clothing lying on a table next to her. Aqua couldn't help herself from screeching, her hand covering her eyes. What are you doing? Eris yelled right back, dropping the bottom of her dress so it covered her again. Nothing, Lady Aqua. Nothing at all. I was just trying out some new clothes. But more importantly, what's going on? How are you in my pocket realm? Aqua put her hands on her hips, frowning as something clicked for her. Your pocket realm? Are you saying you own this pocket realm? Why would you ever put one here? The only reason I can think of is to be a beacon, Eris squeaked, shaking her head quickly. No. It's not what you think at all. I put one here on a whim, that's it. I just thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny to drop one here? And hey, the major gods even know about my communicator. It's why it's so easy to send multiple heroes to this world, the signal is stronger. Aqua just gave Eris a flat stare, glancing from her sweating face to the thief's clothing on the table, just now noticing a high-quality set of daggers, as well as a short sword. Are those just to try on as well? Getting into cosplay, my junior goddess. Eris sputtered for a second before she realized that the jig was up, and fell to her knees. I'm sorry. Please don't tell the major gods, they only know that I set this up to strengthen the path to this world, not that I use it myself. Please, Lady Aqua. I know it's against the rules, but I can't just stay in the divine realm. I don't want to be stuck talking to dead people all day, every day. I just want to experience what life is like. Aqua blinked at Eris' words. For a moment, she wanted to rat her out. It would probably be satisfying for her to see Eris lose followers because she was punished, but she also felt that they echoed stuff she had said before almost to a T. Crouching down, she put her hand on Eris' shoulder. The other goddess froze instantly, and Aqua sighed. I've always kinda known that you sneak out now and then, I was just surprised it was to this world. And, worry not. You shall receive the mercy of your elder goddess. But I was kinda exiled to Belzerg with Izuku, so at the very least, the major gods know I'm back in the divine realm, even if it's just a pocket realm. Almost as if hearing her, the pocket realm that they were in shook violently. Aqua picked up the clothing and weapons and moved them into Eris' hands. Might wanna book it. This could be awkward. Eris nodded, and a second later she was gone in a flash of gold. A second after that a pair of lights, green and grey, burst into existence, the forms of two major gods, the second tier of the divine, appeared, arms crossed, and their faces stern. Gaia and 𝐒𝐿. The goddess of life and the god of liquid. Her parents. Izuku. I think I have the perfect item to help you guys while you're rescuing Lady Aqua. Wiz moved a small stone statue of a misshapen wolf into his hands, a big grin on her face. This is called an alarm stone. It should make you guys all tense and stuff, so the rookie killer's calming effect won't get you. Izuku looked at the statue, his eyebrow raised. He used infuse magic item on it straight away and received the usual scroll, with a few differences. It did say that it was an alarm stone, but it also said, due to this item's poor quality, no further enchantments can be added. Wiz, are you sure this is safe? It seems pretty shoddy. This isn't gonna end up with us afraid of our own skin while we're down there, right? Wiz shook her head, smiling. Of course not. It might not be the best item, but it will work exactly how the description says. Well, this one will at least. I haven't gotten around to figuring out what a lot of these items actually do, but I've used this one before. She gave him a thumbs up, grinning wide. I didn't get any bad side effects, so neither should you. Izuku winced as the cavern wall in front of him exploded, Dempton's shield bash busting through with very little resistance. The area around them was lit up mainly by Yunyun's and fired light of saber, but also with various other spells, Izuku's firebolt included. Like Yunyun, he had the ball of flame created, he just wasn't throwing it. It took up a steady stream of his mana, but it wasn't enough to be an issue just yet. Alright, the map Wiz was able to create said that Lady Aqua was down this way, yes. Izuku looked to Dempton and nodded, holding up a glass ball that Luna had given to him, the image that Wiz's locate object spell had created floating inside it. Yep, she should be about a 2 hours walk from here down into the caves. Darkness nodded, a small smile on her face. But this is also where it starts to get more dangerous, too. We're entering the rookie killer's territory. Izuku hummed, reaching down into his pack and grabbing out a small stone statue that Wiz had given him. That's right, we need to be on the lookout from now on, so I'm going to turn on the alarm stone now. He pushed a small amount of mana into the statue and instantly felt his muscles tense a little, his eyes immediately darting to his side as he thought a shadow moved. The alarm stone, according to Wiz, was something she bought thinking that it was a stone that let out a large noise when a monster was near, but because of her less than spectacular appraisal skills, she had accidentally bought a statue that's main use was making everyone nearby feel paranoid and stressed. Izuku could definitely feel it, the way that the shadows seemed deeper like they were hiding things. The way that the people around him seemed bigger, the way they walked screaming at him that they were going to attack. After all, people who started out being friends with him always attacked him eventually, right? Izuku shook his head, scrunching his eyes as he dispelled that thought. It's different here. I'm safe with these people. They're my friends. But wasn't Kachan also his friend? Izuku smacked himself on the forehead, shuddering as the effects of the alarm stone sent phantom pains of the scars Kachan had given him throughout his body. His eye twitched as he heard someone come up from behind him, and he spun, his hand going to Dawn's hilt. Yunyun yelped a little, stepping back when he spun, and he immediately felt guilty. Yunyun was shaking, her eyes darting around, and she looked like she was about to cry. Midoriya. Is this what the alarm stone is meant to feel like? Izuku quickly glanced around to make sure that he wasn't being distracted so he could be ganged up on, but nodded, before shaking his head at how stupid these intrusive thoughts were. It definitely is. I'm sure you feel more nervous than normal. That'd be the alarm stone. Yunyun looked around anxiously, wringing her hands together. Oh okay. I expected to feel anxious, but this is way more than I thought it would be. Izuku nodded but wasn't able to respond as Darkness yelled out. Midoriya! Can you come up here for a second? Her sudden yelling caused him to jump in shock, letting out a small yell himself, but he quickly rushed to the front of the group, Yunyun trailing along behind him. When they reached the front they saw that Darkness and Dempton had stopped. And it was pretty clear why. The cavern they were in was seemingly bisected, a giant gorge separating the two halves, with a shady looking spanning the gap. As Izuku peered over the edge, he saw that the light from the firebolt he was holding wasn't able to illuminate the bottom. He also saw that the wooden posts that had been jammed into their side of the rock he heard someone's footsteps behind him and immediately threw himself from the edge, turning and glaring at Dempton, who had moved closer, causing the man to take a step back. Izuku shook his head, rubbing at his forehead. Man, the effect of this alarm stone 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵, as you can see, Mr. Midoriya. While the planks themselves seem to be fine, the anchoring and rope work for the bridge don't look sturdy enough for someone of your weight, let alone someone in plate armor like myself or Miss Darkness. Is there any way for you to reinforce it? Izuku frowned, his forehead scrunching up as he thought about that. Nothing that I currently have unlocked springs to mind, but there might be something. Give me a moment to look at my available spells. He shuffled even further back from the gorge, reaching out into the air and having his adventurer card appear in his hand. He quickly tapped on the skills part of the card and watched as the design faded away, being replaced by a list. There were a few listed at the very top that had a black square next to them, showing what skills he already had. Own skills. Infuse magic item, summon tool, detect trap, disarm trap, farsight, minor fire resistance, passive, firebolt, create golem powered, reflect. Izuku nodded to himself as he looked over the skills. There was nothing that he already had that would be of use to him here. Scrolling down past his acquired skills, he found a list of what skills were available for a level 6 Artificer. He was still level 6. Surely those goblins from before the teleport had given him enough XP. He sent the card back to the main page for a second, checking on his XP. And then he groaned in frustration. Level 6, 98%, is something the matter, Midoriya? Izuku looked up to see Yunyun squatting down next to him, a concerned look on her face. Instinctively, Izuku quickly covered up his card, like he used to do with his hero notebooks, and shuffled backwards, before grunting, shaking his head. This alarm stone was definitely going to be smashed to bits, after he paid Wiz for it, of course. Not really, Yunyun. I just thought I'd leveled up from those goblins, but it turns out that I didn't. I'm just frustrated. She nodded sagely. Ah yes. I've heard of this before. The level curse. Apparently, the Devil King was getting sick of potential heroes getting mid-fight level ups, so he cursed the entire world to get stuck at 98 to 99% during a fight, having to do a totally new one to cross the gap. Izuku just stared at her flatly. That, are you sure? Yunyun nodded. Yeah. I heard it from one of the people in my village. He was an adventurer for most of his life, and had really awesome choreography for his poses while he told the story, so he must be trustworthy. Izuku closed his eyes, shaking his head. If Megumin and Yunyun had shown him anything, it was that the Crimson Demons like to embellish events quite a bit. But he didn't really have time to confirm the fact with the others. So he just nodded to her, smiling as he pulled his adventurer card back out and went back into the skills page. Available skills: Dispel Magic, Freeze, Paralyze, Lock, Unlock, Bubble Shield, Repair Item, Grow, Shrink. Izuku nodded to himself as he looked at the list. He could definitely use some of these to help. Double-checking his reserves of stat points, he blinked. I should really be spending these more often. Skill points remaining, 28 attribute points remaining, 6. Shaking his head at himself, Izuku tapped on Repair Item, which had apparently unlocked for him at level 5, and bought it, pushing a further 7 points into it. Standing up, he noticed that everyone's gaze was on him. There was a spike of paranoia as he glanced around, but he did his best to shake it off, moving towards the bridge. Dempton took a step back from him when he did, allowing him space to work, but darkness seemed to come a bit closer. She leaned in, her face slightly red as she grabbed one of his hands. You aren't going to make it fall when I cross, right? That would be so cruel of you, sending me hurtling to the bottom of the chasm. Maybe I'd hit the wall a few times on my way down. Izuku was startled at how close she was, but eventually stuttered out a response. No, of course not. I got the repair item skill, so I'm going to try and just fix the bridge. She was silent for a second, her face still red before she pulled back slightly, letting go of his hand. Izuku did his best to ignore the small pout on her face. Good. Yes, excellent work. Continue. Izuku nodded. He noticed Dempton giving him a look as darkness stepped away from him, but took a deep breath to center himself, placing both of his hands onto the wooden pillar that held the rope, activating Repair Item. He was amazed to see both the metal bracing wrapped around the pillar, and the pillar itself, stitching itself back together slowly. It took about a minute and a half, most likely sped up by the 7 skill points he had upgraded it with, and after that, he went and did the same to the other one. The second pillar wasn't actually as worn down, so it was done quicker, allowing him to move on to repairing the upper and lower ropes. They stitched themselves back together slightly slower than the pillars, but that was probably because the majority of it was further away from his hands than the pillars were. The ropes had only just finished putting themselves back together when Izuku realized a potential flaw in this plan. I just realized something, guys. If the pillars on this side are in this bad condition, the ones on the other side probably are too. Yunyun, who had moved a bit closer to the group around the bridge while he had been repairing it, let out a small whine. Does that mean we can't get over? Izuku shook his head, a bad idea forming in his mind. Maybe not. I just need to get over there so I can repair them as well, He turned to Darkness, who he was pretty sure was the physically strongest person there, and sighed. "Darkness, I have a favor to ask you." The girl jumped slightly, but grinned, a fist coming up to her heart. "Of course. I am happy to assist a party member in need. Do you need to vent some frustration with me or something like that?" Izuku blushed, glancing around at the others around them, all of which seemed to be intently looking away from the two of them. "And no. I just need you to, sigh. I need you to throw me over the gap." Immediately, all the eyes that had been turned away were on him. Yunyun squeaked and grabbed onto his arm. "Are you crazy? You'll get hurt." He coughed into his other hand, nodding. "You're right, I probably will, but we won't get over it all if I don't fix the other pillars. And Dempton can heal me after, right?" Dempton shook his head in seeming disbelief, looking at him with a worried expression. "I do indeed own the heal wound skill, Mr. Midoriya, and as a disciple of Gaia, I will heal you, but I cannot recommend this plan." Izuku sighed. "Yeah, I'm not super into the idea of getting hurt either, but it's necessary. So as long as you're okay with healing me, and Darkness is okay with throwing me, I'm doing it." He glanced at Darkness and found her with her arms out ready to grab him, her face bright red. "Come, Midoriya. Allow me to hold you securely so that my aim is true." A small feeling of regret entered his chest as he stepped towards her, and she grabbed him, pulling him to her chest for a moment before moving her hands to hold him like a javelin. His own face was red with embarrassment, and he was very impressed that she could hold him above her head like this with only one hand. He felt her arm tense beneath him and gulped. "All right, you can throw me when A few minutes later, both the bridge and Izuku's newly dislocated shoulder were fixed, and everyone was across. Darkness seemed incredibly happy with herself, even under the layer of paranoia the alarm stone gave her. Yunyun just seemed happy he was okay, and Dempton was less than excited about his little stunt. He was focused, though, and Izuku was impressed by how professional he was about it. They kept moving through the caverns, and it was about 20 minutes after the bridge when Izuku felt the mana in his hand start to fuzz a little. It was a weird feeling as if his unfired firebolt was being dragged forward somehow. Following his gut, he moved in the direction the firebolt was being dragged in, and about a minute later, his face lit up as he spotted Aqua, standing next to something, with her hand touching the glassy exterior. "Everyone! I found her." He ran over to her, his eyes drawn to the thing she was touching, with its glassy, shiny surface that glowed a different color every time he blinked. He reached out to grab her shoulder. "Izuku, wait!" He heard Yunyun, but it was too late. His hand touched Aqua's shoulder, and he felt his mind get yanked out of himself in a flash of rainbow light. He hit the ground a second later, feeling nauseous. Blinking his eyes open slowly, he came face to face with the floor of wherever he was, which seemed familiar. Wait, was he back here? "And I see we have a visitor." "Oh, excellent, it's you." Izuku froze at the unfamiliar voice, the feeling of sheer power coming from the speaker immobilizing him. Whoever she was, she seemed upset about something, and she knew him. Was he about to die again? He forced his head up with all his strength and gasped at the three figures in front of him. One of them was Aqua, looking both happy to see him and slightly terrified, and two others that he didn't recognize, but recognized. These were gods. With a capital G. A god and a goddess stood behind Aqua, looking down on him. Finally, after what seemed an eternity to Izuku, the god spoke. "You, who dared interrupt the judgment of a trusted angel. You, who brought my daughter into a lesser realm to teach her to respect mortals. You dare enter our holy domain without permission." Izuku forced himself to move if only to get into a dajiza, touching his forehead to the floor of the divine realm. He was worried he was about to be erased by the angry god when laughter erupted around them. Now, 𝐒𝐭𝐻. You're scaring the human. Need I remind you that our little Aqua would have been erased without the boy's interruption? How about you pull your aura back a bit, and we can have him explain the whole situation to us." He glanced at the goddess, who was floating next to who he now knew was 𝐒𝐭𝐻, and felt tiny underneath her gaze. She grinned at him, and he noticed Aqua flinch slightly as an aura of power hit them all. "Now, explain to me everything that's happened." I wish to know why my daughter is living among mortals. It took almost everything he had within him just to keep breathing. He had no real idea who he was talking to, at least not on a conscious level, but every cell in his body and every part of his soul was screaming at him that he was walking on a tightrope right now, his very existence on the line. Just from what they had said to him, he could guess a few things. 1. It was probably a really bad thing that he had touched Aqua's shoulder and joined her, wherever they currently were, without these two's permission. 2. It was probably just as bad that Aqua was back in this type of space at all. He couldn't imagine that most people who were exiled from places were allowed to pop in for a visit for no reason. But with how the giant crystal had drawn him, and his magic, towards itself, maybe Aqua hadn't had a choice. He swallowed thickly, pushing down the soul-shaking fear he was feeling, and raised his head from his bow, shaking as he pushed himself to his feet. The gods in front of him were still blinding, even with their auras not pressing on him, but that wasn't his focus right now. He choked slightly as he tried to speak, his throat just refusing to for a moment, so he took a deep breath, reaching out for Aqua, his hand landing on her shoulder. "Aqua! Are you alright?" He had been forced to shout it, the pressure on him not letting him get any words out at all if he didn't, so even he flinched when his voice came out louder than expected. It echoed slightly, but other than that, all was silent. The silence was especially disconcerting from the two gods, who were staring at him like he was mad, but he forced himself to ignore them, focusing as much as he could on Aqua, who was really sweaty, and probably really scared. "Hey, are you okay, Aqua?" It was, for some reason, easier to say it a second time, which he was glad for, not having to yell at her. Aqua nodded with a shaky smile on her face before she, in a move that gave Izuku a bit of déjà vu to the first time he was in the god's realm, darted behind him, her hands on his shoulders as she peeked at her parents. The first time it had happened, it had caused him to freeze up for a moment, his mind shutting down. But as he forced himself to look up at the two gods in front of them, whose eyes had never left him and Aqua, he found that it was actually kinda nice. It was only when he made eye contact with the gods that his comfort was shattered. He didn't even think they did it consciously, but just looking them in the eye felt like his soul had been on the receiving end of a smash from All Might. At the thought of him, flashes of memory shot through Izuku, of all the videos and clips he had seen on the man, but one floated to the top of his mind. When you're scared or hurt, sometimes a smile is all you need to push through. He felt something settle within himself a little at that, and with a mental push of monumental effort, he bared his teeth into a smile, standing up as straight as he could with the pressure the god's mere presence was putting on him. The female god in front of him spoke, and he felt himself almost shatter again, but he held up, the hands on his shoulders almost feeling like they were helping to hold him together. You stand in front of two major gods of the pantheon of reality. Gaia, goddess of life and mother of all things, and 𝐒𝐽, god of liquid, lord of the shapeless. And you choose to ignore us in favor of checking on our wayward daughter. Izuku did his best to respond, but just existing near the seemingly angry Gaia felt like a struggle, so he settled on nodding instead, keeping his likely awkward-looking smile on at full blast. Gaia and 𝐒𝐽 glanced at each other at that, and then there was a flash of light. Izuku winced at the brightness, worried that the shock would throw off the focus needed to stop himself from falling to his knees again, but he found that with the flash of light, the pressure also dissipated. Here. When his eyes became clear again, he found himself sitting at a wooden table, Aqua in a chair to his right, a steaming cup of something on the table, and sitting across from him was Gaia and 𝐒𝐽, now suddenly much smaller. They were still giants, easily over 10 foot tall, both of them, but they were no longer the unimaginably tall figures they were when he entered the two gods' domain. He was far too shocked to speak at all, actually, but he did sputter a bit at the smile on Gaia's face. Now that is a lovely quality for my dear daughter's friends to have. How loyal. How wonderful. Whatever thoughts had even started to form inside his head about the situation he was in were dashed to the bricks as Gaia spoke again. Here. 𝐒𝐽 sighed at that, shaking his head as he made some sort of hand movement, and he saw a small flash of light escape Aqua, who let out a deep breath as she slumped over onto the table, groaning. While Izuku hadn't even noticed that she hadn't said anything so far, the stress of meeting gods distracting him at the moment, it seemed like 𝐒𝐽 had done something to make sure that Aqua didn't talk to him, plus what Gaia had said. Was this a test? He hadn't even really meant to say it out loud, but the big grin that appeared on Gaia's face, and the small nod that 𝐼𝐭 sent him confirmed it. Izuku was stunned for a moment, his mind blank. That sheer terror. That soul-shakingly powerful feeling that there was about to get erased from existence if he messed up. It was all for a test. Mr. Midoriya. Mr. Midoriya. Darkness frowned as Dempton yelled out to Midoriya with no effect, as she scanned the cavern they were standing in. Yunyun had set up some kind of magical lights in a circle around them, meaning she could at least see, but it was still stressful. The alarm stone, the slightly buzzing statue of a wolf on Izuku's belt, was the main stressor, however. She knew she wasn't the mentally smartest, or the one with the most willpower, but she hadn't expected the DMN thing to make her this twitchy. Every sound in the cavern struck her like a WHP, in a way that for once didn't excite her. Her every sense was heightened to the point that it felt weird, and the worst part of the whole experience was the suspicion she felt towards everyone. It was odd. Maybe it was because of her more open nature, but she could almost feel how it wasn't really her feelings. They felt implanted, which they were, but it was in such a way that felt really grating on her mind. She glanced at Yunyun, who was sitting with her back up against a wall nearby, her eyes darting around the cave. She couldn't imagine how it must be affecting someone as shy and already jumpy as her, but Darkness was glad that she wasn't throwing magic around at the very least. The cave that they were standing in might have been a giant one, but that just meant even more rock to come and crush them if she caused a cave-in. She felt herself tingle a little at the idea of all those rocks coming and slamming into her, the force of gravity pushing her to the floor as they tried to squish her, but there was another part of her, a small one she had kinda stopped listening to for a while, that reminded her that everyone else in the cave would die if that happened. Shaking her head, she pinched her own thigh through one of the gaps in her armor, her physical strength allowing her to at least feel the pinch through her monster endurance stats. It wasn't the sharp pain, or prolonged touch cough, that she would have preferred, but it allowed her to regain a bit of focus at the very least. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to wake them up. Not even my 𝐶 effect spell had any, effect. Dempton sounded much more frustrated than he usually would allow himself to be at that, but that was to be expected with the alarm stone going at full blast. She was going to try and say something to him when her on-edge senses snapped her eyes over to a shadow shifting in Yunyun's part of the cave, and she felt herself move. Yunyun! Watch out! It was pretty lucky that the alarm stone had the Crimson Demon as jumpy as she was, because all it took was for Darkness to yell in her direction for the Archmage to be springing to her feet, sprinting away from the wall. There was another shifting shadow, right as Darkness and Yunyun intersected with each other, and Darkness let out an oof, as she felt something slam into her, only her insane strength and endurance stopping her from tumbling to the floor as Yunyun kept running. Dempton! It's here. I require your help. She heard the racket of his armor sprinting towards her as she grappled with the monster, before she finally got a good grip on it, throwing it back at the wall of the cave, where it impacted with a thud, a small crater appearing. Dempton slid into position slightly behind her, and even Darkness could tell that he was directly between Yunyun and the monster. I was hoping that we would have Mr. Midoriya and Lady Aqua to assist us if we ran into it. Darkness glanced over in their direction, squinting slightly as she noticed that the flickering lights around the two had seemed to dim down slightly. Potentially a time limit on the magic. We will just have to hold until they're all right. Sir Demption, Miss Yunyun. Let us fight this rookie killer together. Izuku was seemingly copying Aqua, his face down on the table as he took deep breaths. It was a contender for the scariest moment of his entire life, but Gaia and 𝐼𝐭 were just testing him. He felt a few tears of relief well up in his eyes, and he let them flow. He had been holding back lately, but it felt nice to release a little. We are aware that our methods can be a little intimidating, young man, but you must understand the situation we find ourselves in is an odd one, yes. We had to be sure that Aqua would be safe with you. Gaia's whole aura had seemed to flip from just a moment ago. Instead of terrifying and shaking him to his core, her words seemed to fill him with life and security, but he was still incredibly nervous. 𝐼𝐭 spoke up next, not giving him a chance to speak. We are quite disappointed in the way that she went about her divine duties, yes, but we are also very glad that she was not wiped from existence, and we are aware that we have you to thank for that." Without thinking, the question on his mind exited his mouth before he was able to stop himself. "Couldn't you have just chosen a different punishment?" He flinched immediately after, and he could see Aqua flinch as well. She'd been oddly silent throughout the entire stay here, even after 𝐒𝐽 had removed whatever he had done to stop her from talking. Was she just that scared of her parents? He heard a crack and looked over to 𝐒𝐽, who had placed her hand on her chin. With the elbow she was resting it on the table with halfway through the thick wood of the table, having created a small crater. "I will forgive your ignorance of our systems, as you are not one of us, but no, we were not in charge of punishing her for her actions. In fact, we were only made aware of them after the fact, when an angel came to inform us of your request." Izuku's eyebrows furrowed at that, remembering what the angel had said back then. "But the angel told us that the elder gods approved of my request. Is that not you guys?" Aqua elbowed him under the table at that, and Izuku jolted, having realized that he was just very casual and potentially rude in talking to gods. "Sorry." Both 𝐒𝐽 and 𝐒𝐽 glanced at Aqua at that, but 𝐒𝐽 just let out a grumbling sigh that physically shook the table they were sitting at. "We are not elder gods. We are major gods. It is an important distinction for us, but most mortals are unaware, or just do not care, as all that is divine is above them." Izuku couldn't help one of his eyes twitch at that sentence, the subtle condescension in 𝐒𝐽's tone striking a nerve, but luckily, it seemed neither of the gods noticed. 𝐒𝐽 spoke as 𝐒𝐽 trailed off. "There are 3 tiers of divinity, you see. You have gods, like our dear Aqua here. All newly born gods start out at this tier, and ascend or remain at their tier depending on what they represent and their power." Waving her hand towards Aqua, she continued. "Aqua here will likely ascend to the same rank as us, a major god, once she has a few thousand years' experience, due to the prevalence of water in reality and its role in the lives of all carbon-based life forms." She then pointed towards herself and 𝐒𝐽, smiling. "Major gods are stronger, older, and are capable of a lot more, usually having domains that they watch over that are broader in their interpretation, allowing them to gain power from more sources. Take me, for example. I gain power through the existence of life. The more life there is in the multiverse, the stronger I am. As you can imagine, I wield quite a bit of power. Not quite as much as 𝐒𝐽 here, due to various elements that are liquid being technically more common, but a great deal nonetheless." Izuku's mind was boiling slightly, and his hand itched to reach in and grab his journal and write all this down, but he didn't want to do anything to interrupt 𝐒𝐽 at the moment. He hadn't been expecting a lesson on the power tiers of gods when he woke up today, but he was excited about it anyway. 𝐒𝐽 seemed to notice his enthusiasm as she smiled at him. "And then there are those even above us. The elder gods. They are nebulous at best, confusing at worst, and often more trouble than they are worth to deal with, but they are the greatest of us, without exception. The one that created and maintains the tiers of divinity is Ordo, elder god of order. He doesn't have to do it, but it seems to be one of his favorite projects. He is also the one who called for Aqua's punishment and accepted your request. By the time we were fully aware of the situation, he had already gotten the angel to send you down to the mortal plane." Izuku just nodded at her words. I think I understand. Wow. 𝐒𝐽 laughed at his obvious confusion. "Do not stress yourself, young man. The world of the divine is large and the multiverse is larger still. Allow yourself to live with your mind focused on your own realms, and you will be better for it, until the time when, or if, you ever attain the power to go beyond them." 𝐒𝐽 spoke up at that, interrupting Izuku, who was about to thank 𝐒𝐽. "Now, we only wish to see with our own eyes that our daughter was safe with you, young man. You have proven to care about her and her safety to a startling degree, and we can see the spark of potentially great power within you. As of this moment, you have my approval as the god of liquid to safeguard my daughter while she grows." Izuku couldn't help the smile that grew on his face at that, a much more genuine one than the facsimile he had shoved onto it to combat their earlier aura, and glanced over at Aqua to see a small smile on her own face, a sigh being released from her lips. 𝐒𝐽 coughed into her hand. "You have my approval as well, young man. We trust that she will eventually return to her station safely. Now darkness. Please be careful. I almost hit you. Izuku was on his feet before he even realized it as Yunyun's voice echoed throughout the divine realm they were in, his chair being thrown backwards, clattering to the ground. Yunyun. Darkness. Oh no, is the rookie killer here? He had forgotten about it while inside Gaia and 𝐼𝐼's divine realm, or at least he assumed it was theirs, but now he was just filled with worry. With him and Aqua in here, it would just be Yunyun, Darkness, and Dempton to fight it. He glanced back at Gaia and 𝐼𝐼, a small smile and neutral expression on their respective faces, before reaching down and grabbing Aqua's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Lady Gaia, Sir 𝐼𝐼. But you have to go, that is more than fine. 𝐼𝐼's interruptions surprised him. The god shook his head. Mortals are such jumpy creatures, worried over a small monster like that. Get going then, young man. Protect our daughter, yourself, and your friends. I hope it is a long time before your soul graces the divine realm again. It was then that 𝐼𝐼 splattered to the ground, a pool of pitch-black liquid quickly vanishing. Izuku almost felt insulted at those last words, but he realized that they were likely just 𝐼𝐼 hoping he lived a long time. That was nice. Gaia had a small glow in her hand as well and looked to be about to leave when Izuku felt a small burst of courage. Wait! Lady Gaia! Aqua let out a small squeak as Izuku yelled out towards Gaia, who paused, looking at him curiously. Yes. Izuku pointed at the wall of the divine realm, knowing that the direction didn't really matter, and told her his idea. We have a paladin of life with us, who volunteered to help save Aqua from these caves. I am really worried about the rookie killer. Is there anything you can do, maybe give him some extra strength? A finger came up to Gaia's chin, tapping it slowly as she hummed. Quite bold, to outright ask for power from a major god, but it is admirable that you were not the intended recipient of said power. Very well, I shall turn my eye towards my paladin, and we will see how this all turns out. He noticed that she didn't actually say that she would share power with Dempton, but he wasn't going to push his luck. He already felt like he had cheated death a couple of times in the last hour or so, and he was a little emotionally exhausted from it. Thank you, Lady Gaia. She just sent a smile his way, before waving her hand at him and Aqua, a flash of light appearing in her hands. It grew brighter and brighter until he felt something snap, and the world around him shifted. He stumbled slightly but stayed upright, his hand immediately going down to the hilt of dawn, his other hand making sure his goggles were secure, which they were. His next focus was on Aqua, who had tumbled to the ground at the sudden shift. He kneeled down quickly beside her. Aqua, you okay? We can talk about your parents later, but for now, we need to get back to Axel. Usually, he would be panicking slightly about having met gods with a capital G, but the sounds of metal and magic over the other side of the cave were sharpening his focus. The newly reapplied effects of the alarm stone were starting to ramp up as well. Aqua nodded quickly, the soft light of her healing magic already removing the scrape she got when she fell. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you, Izuku. He heard how shaky her voice was at that, but they needed to get out of this cave before he could safely comfort her, so instead he stood up, offering his hand to her. Come on, let's go help the others. That seemed to make her notice the sounds of fighting behind them, and she quickly grabbed his hand, allowing him to help her stand. He wouldn't be lifting her with one arm anytime soon, but it was easy enough to help her stand up. As he turned, he saw that the trio of Dempton, Darkness, and Yunyun were seemingly hanging on better than expected, but they weren't really doing any damage. Dempton was a tank class, and Darkness had no offensive capability to speak of, and the fact that they were in a cave stopped Yunyun from using her best spells. Izuku started running over to them, being careful to watch his footing, with Aqua right behind him. As they got closer, he spotted Dempton about to bash the rookie killer with his shield and held out his hand. Powered! Izuku was just expecting the spell to give the attack a little more oomph, but as the shield glowed bright green for a moment, Izuku heard some soft, tinkling laughter in the back of his mind and felt a trickle of magic that wasn't his own wrap around his spell, increasing its effect on Dempton's attack massively. When the shield impacted the rookie killer, it let out an earth-shaking shriek that almost gave Izuku an instant headache. Dempton seemed stunned at his own strength as the rookie killer was thrown backwards and struggled to get to its feet, but the spell was enough for the trio to notice their arrival, it seemed, as Darkness turned her head and smiled at the two of them. "Izuku. Aqua. I am glad to see you safe." Yunyun nodded rapidly as she shot off a small bolt of lightning that landed dead on the stunned rookie killer, pumping her fists a bit. "Yeah. It's good that you're okay." The rookie killer got to its feet a moment later, roaring at them, but stopping in place. There were 5 of them capable of fighting now, and if what he had been told about the rookie killer was true, then they really didn't like to fight multiple people. He also caught a glimpse of its supposed intelligence when it backed up even further as Aqua's hands glowed, sending healing energy throughout all 5 of them. While she did that, Izuku drew Dawn from its sheath, standing in between Dempton and Darkness, casting powered on himself, his sword glowing subtly as he manifested a fire bolt in his other hand. That seemed to be the final straw. The rookie killer roared at them again, forcing Izuku to wince at the noise, but he almost found it underwhelming after having the attention of 2 major gods pointed at him. The Lamb Stone didn't seem to be bothering him as much either. "God, humans are adaptable." After it had roared at them, it sprinted in the opposite direction of the group, its sleek black feline body quickly camouflaging it in the darkness of the cave system, until eventually even the echoing padding of its running feet disappeared. But they weren't safe yet. "All right, let's hurry back to Axel so we can start the next step of the plan. We've got Aqua back now, so we should be fine, but I need as much time as possible for construction." Darkness and Yunyun nodded, still glancing around, but looked ready to go. Dempton seemed a little distracted, staring at his shield with a look of awe on his face, but nodded slowly as well. "Of course, Sir Artificer, let's go." Izuku looked back at Aqua, who was still shaking a little. He couldn't help but reach out to her and pat her on the arm. She jolted slightly, meeting his eyes, and her lip wobbled for a moment before she swallowed. "I'm okay. Let's go home first." Izuku just nodded, smiling at her. The group started moving at once, headed back the way they came, crossing over the bridge and back through the winding tunnels, keeping an eye out for a potential ambush by the rookie killer, but none came. Eventually, they reached the surface again, and Izuku smiled. "All right, we're almost home. Once we get back, Aqua, I need your help." She ped her head to the side, frowning. "I need to heal someone, right? Something a regular priest couldn't heal." Izuku nodded at that. "Well, yes, that as well. Apparently, his name is Kyuya, and he's a pretty big deal. But what I really need your help with is that I need you to make a lot of holy water over the next few days. Like, potentially 100 liters of it, or maybe more." She ped her head again, this time to the other side, her hands meeting behind her, on her butt. "Why on earth do you need so much?" Izuku just smiled, grabbing out his journal, and flipping to the page that he had made his plan on. "We're gonna take out one of the Devil Kings. Generals when he shows up in a week.